Same here. Alright, so we appear to be back into FF7. So that's good. Let's confirm, just to get it out of the way, let's confirm our starting experience. So we ended the last stream at 500 and, no, I can't do numbers anymore, I'm too old. 835,506 experience points. So there you see 835,506. This is exactly where we left off last time. Now it's 835,538. Alright. With that out of the way, I need to do a little bit of shuffling. Apparently it's summer again today. Yeah, apparently it's summer. So I can no longer use the strat where you open the window and vent heat out the window. Okay. Hey, discard your time clock. Are you hyped for Colony Ship, a post-Earth role-playing game? Are you hyped to embiggen your emote? Let me know how audio balance is. I have no idea if it's going to be any good or not. I've not done any testing of audio. Basically, this is just the same settings as was used for Power Wash Simulator. Colony Ship, a post-Earth role-playing game. All I've done is launched this and looked at the options screen. I've yet to click New Game. Everything here seems pretty standard. Okay, we have a field of view slider. Hey, turtle. Go tutorials is on. Always run is on. Then there's, like, game... The one thing that's kind of concerning, game speed is a thing. Apparently 1 is the slowest. But during combat and during stealth, then there's apparently game speed. I think... My understanding is that combat is entirely turn-based. But the fact that the word stealth is mentioned is a concern. Like, ideally, this game either wouldn't have stealth at all, or stealth would be entirely through, like, menu systems. Yes, Dickie. This is Colony Ship, a post-Earth role-playing game by the people who brought you, that other game. You know, that other game? Age of Decadence? You all are huge fans of the Age of Decadence, right? Toby, you played Age of Decadence. Everybody played Age of Decadence. Age of Decadence is actually really, really good. You should play it. And then after that, play this. Or if you really liked the combat in Age of Decadence, then play Dungeon Rats. Okay, I'm just gonna leave everything at defaults. Focus camera on the player for combat, not for stealth. Keyboard controls. Hopefully all of this gets explained well enough in-game. Okay, WASD moves the camera. Zooming is mouse wheel. Max and min zoom are Z and X. Start, end combat and turn is spacebar. Select group 1 attack through group 4. Or 1 through 4. There's a reload button. All of this stuff should be able to be done with the mouse. Okay, quick save is F5, quick load is F9. That's what really matters. Inventory is I. Character screen is C. Map is M. Journal is J. Party is P. Okay. Hopefully this doesn't suck. Kinda yes. Sort of. Kind of yes. It's a kind of game that people don't really make anymore. Choose your preferred playstyle. Hero is the easy mode. We're not doing Hero. Designed to maximize your chances. They added Hero. Oh, so Toby, have you actually played this? Have you actually played Age of Decadence, or are you just memeing? If you have played Age of Decadence, then my follow-up question is, have you played Dungeon Rats? Okay. Okay, this is by the same people as Age of Decadence. I've heard this described as Age of Decadence in space, and if that's true, I'm gonna be really happy. Hero is the easy mode. Hero was added later, post-release, because, people complained too much about the game being too hard. Designed to maximize your chances to win fights and reduce frustration. You wouldn't have to back down or worry about the odds. Instead, you just have to have a good time and kick some ass like a true hero should. Fuck that. Underdog is the default difficulty mode, integrated into the setting. The world is harsh, dying is easy, and you aren't a hero who can easily kill anyone who stands in your way. You might have to walk away from fights you can't win, make decisions a true hero wouldn't, and master the combat system just to even the odds. The best way to experience the game. Pre-made or new? I want to see what the pre-mades look like. So, is there only one pre-made? Oh no, these are 3 different pre-mades. Warrior, Pistolero, and Captain. Okay, so Warrior is... Swinging a club like a caveman might seem old-fashioned in the 28th century, but it's still a very effective way to communicate your displeasure to other primates. Use smoke grenades and thermal goggles to play hide-and-seek with your enemies. Portable distortion field generator is your friend. It will keep those pesky bullets away from you, but only for a short time. Recommended feats: Heavy Hitter, True Grit, Charger. Strength 10, Constitution 8, Dex 7, Perception 5, Intelligence 6, Charisma 4. So basically this is just an ordinary melee combat person. Apparently you get to pick like one perk thing. And the The one that's picked here is Juggernaut. You need 10 strength to be Juggernaut. Knockdowns become stuns. Natural damage rule +1. You guys aren't... Can you guys read any of this? I assume you can't. You probably can't read any of this text. I'm having trouble reading it on the mini monitor. We'll see what it's like in-game when we get to dialogue. Yeah, well, anyone on a phone is going to have no chance at all, anyway. For, like, most things. Okay, Pistolero. Fast shooting and fast talking. You can tackle problems in different ways. Hide behind an enemy shield, or activate a distortion field generator and charge forward, guns blazing. Throw flashbang grenades to stun your enemies. Then use them for target practice. Just remember that each time you talk your way out of trouble, you lose an opportunity to practice your combat skills, and vice versa. So a balanced approach is required. Perception 9, Dex 8, Constitution 8, Strength 4. I'm probably just going to do a talking character on a first playthrough, and then combat later. Almost assuredly... I don't know if I'm going to do more than one playthrough on stream. But almost assuredly, this is the kind of game that's going to require multiple playthroughs in order to understand everything anyway. Like, that's how Age of Decadence works. Captain. This is the Charisma 10 character. Intelligent and charismatic, you prefer diplomacy and science to more vulgar pursuits. With high intelligence, you will level up faster and excel in more areas. With high charisma, you'll have no problem recruiting a full crew of companions and commanding them in battle, should it come to it, or avoiding combat entirely. This is definitely what I'm doing. Cult leader requires charisma 10. Party plus 20% extra experience. That's for the entire party, not just me. Companions. Easier bonding. Can become devoted. +1 natural damage roll. I don't know what DR is. I assume damage roll. Intelligent and charismatic. Strength and con don't matter. Perception kind of matters. Max intelligence, max charisma. Apparently these things here start out maxing at 4. Persuasion 4, electronics 4, computers 2, streetwise 3, personate 2. Sounds reasonable. I might just take this. This sounds like a completely reasonable character. If anything, I would change... I would maybe lower my dex to be int 10. And maybe lower impersonate to be streetwise 4. I assume that 4 is the minimum, so if I were to take a point away, if I were to increase int, I have to take off dex or perception. Yeah, so I'm gonna just make a very slight variation on this. So from what I've heard, Tough Guy, you should actually think, like... Think, Think Shadowrun in space. Shadowrun without the magic in space. Okay, so the character I'm gonna make will be Strength 4, On 4, Dex 5. Well, actually, Dex 5 is probably... I think we're fine. I think we're fine. I don't want to... I think Dex 5 might lock me out of more things than Intelligence... and not having Intelligence 10 will. I think this is okay. Yeah, I'm gonna use this pre-made. Hey, brother. Okay, which one of them has a hat? Okay, this is the closest we have to a hat. Colony Ship is a post-Earth role-playing game by Iron Tower Studio. Those are the same people who made Age of Decadence. You guys remember Age of Decadence, right? So anyway, this is an indie... I think we'll do this. This is a indie RPG dev studio thing that makes really, really good games. When I say really, really good, I mean lots of negative reviews from people who don't like RPGs, but think that they're supposed to like RPGs. Because they've been playing modern fluff. Yeah, only play Dungeon Rats if you've already played Age of Decadence. Definitely play Age of Decadence, as a tutorial for the combat in Dungeon Rats. But Dungeon Rats is awesome. It's really... it takes a long time to get into it. Dungeon Rats is extremely difficult. Like, really, really difficult. Which kind of makes it awesome. If you're asking that question, then it might not be for you. But in order to know the system, so if you play Age of Decadence, then you will know the systems. All of the combat mechanics are lifted directly from Age of Decadence. So, have you played Age of Decadence? If you... but just, I need a yes-no to that to let me know how to proceed with this conversation. You have not played it. You don't mind learning systems. Just the way... Okay, are you aware, tough... Okay, so first of all, if you play Age of Decadence first, it's the better game overall. Age of Decadence is not combat-focused, but it has, you know, a whole combat system. And then Dungeon Rats is kind of like a spin-off game that takes the combat from Age of Decadence and builds that into a full game that's entirely combat-focused. So, to give some context of how I was describing Dungeon Rats, are you aware of the fact that modern video games don't punish you for making bad decisions? Okay, Dungeon Rats is not like that. So, if your immediate response to being punished for making a bad decision is to say, wah, wah, this is unfun, then Dungeon Rats is not going to be for you. The problem is that if you... Okay, so the game needs to punish bad decisions in order for good decisions to even be possible. The game needs to be hard in order for beating it to be an accomplishment. Do you remember the era when beating a video game used to be an accomplishment? This was like 25 years ago, but that it was once true that beating a video game meant something. So Dungeon Rats would fit in well back then. Okay, I think this is good enough. But first play Age of Decadence. Oh, and your first attempt at Dungeon Rats is going to fail for sure. Probably your second attempt at Dungeon Rats will fail. When I say attempt, I mean from new game. I was able to beat it on the second try. On the second, rolling a character from the beginning. And that was pretty good, I think. Oh, we can customize right here. Okay, we have an option to tweak this. Okay. Okay, we can tweak everything. Okay, we can't go below 4. Efficient, the bare minimum needed. Dexterity is average. It's not bad, which is good, but it's not good either, which is bad. Our exceptional charisma. Such unusually high ability often means deficiency somewhere else. Like in strength and constitution. $30 hit points. We're going to be extremely fragile. Okay, our tagged skills. Okay, I'm not sure how the tag system works, but I think basically... the skills that we tag, like, go up faster or something. Or we have some sort of bonus in them. Okay, no combat skills at all. Unskilled, you have no idea what you're doing or why. Okay, biotech. There isn't always time to track down a doctor to extract an implant. from a newly minted corpse. Learn the basics and improve both your chances of survival and quality of life. Computers. Bypass restricted computer access and electronic detection systems, just like a real Decker. Electronics. The state of electronic systems on the ship ranges from disrepair to ruin. You'll never run out of things to fix. Electronics and computers seem to be very similar. Computers is apparently for things that work, and electronics is for things that are broken. I might want to do computers over electronics. Persuasion for sure, max that out. Okay, 4 is the highest we can go. Streetwise. A keen eye for other people's hidden desires and weaknesses will allow you to manipulate both friends and foes. Different situations require different faces. Be the person you need to be, at least until you get what you want. I'm probably just going to keep everything. Okay, so I can give myself... Okay. How many feats do I have? Any? Okay, apparently you start with 1 feat. If I take Heroic, that gives me +3 stat points and +4 skill points. Okay, to start with more than 1 feat, you probably need to be playing on hero mode. You probably have to be playing on an easier difficulty. Cult leader seems to be by far the best thing.
You're following me.
Just a little bit.
Thanks for the follow, person who just followed. No, you can hop on 1 foot. It's bad for your stealth, but it works. Okay, yeah, cult leader. Yeah, this... I guess we're keeping exactly this character. It is the year of our Lord, 2754. You will never feel the sun's warmth under a blue sky, never hear the wind in the branches of a tree, and never swim in the ocean, because you had the misfortune to be born on the ship. You have never seen Earth, and you'll never see Proxima Centauri either. Your past and future, both sacrificed by some dim and nameless ancestor for the greater good of the mission. Starfarer, they called her. A pretty name for a retrofitted interplanetary fighter, or freighter. She had already been 20 years in service when she was rechristened, and showing every minute of it. No one is certain the ship will actually reach its destination, and nobody much cares, since no one alive now will live to see it. Fatalism is the prevailing philosophy of the shipborne. Make the best life you can and consign all your what-ifs and what might-have-beens to the void. Thank you for the 34 bits for 34%, Ifrit. Okay, we can answer a few questions to find our character's beliefs and opinions while learning more about the ship, or skip it. We're answering some questions. And getting Ifrit a spin. What a fantastic spin for Ifrit. The ship was launched by a neo-Christian conglomerate dedicated to establishing a religious colony on a distant world. The original 50,000 passengers, the so-called First Generation, were true believers in the mission. They sacrificed whatever lives they had on Earth and demanded strict obedience to the laws of God and the ship from their children. Unfortunately, the generations that followed lacked the forebearers' fervent will to sacrifice. Dissatisfaction led to open revolt against the authorities, called the Mutiny, and the mutiny metastasized into a civil war. While the mutineers dealt a decisive blow to the old order, they did not eradicate it completely. When the fires died and the smoke finally dissipated, 3 factions emerged from the wreckage of the old order. The Protectors of the Mission, the Brotherhood of Liberty, and the Church of the Elect, each of them promising their own version of the future. You've always thought that. We have 4 options. Rebelling against the ship authority was a mistake. The environment itself is hostile enough to human life, and order is always preferable to chaos. Or, the mutineers did the right thing. Why should the shipborne blindly bow to the edicts of their centuries-dead ancestors? Or, though they would deny it, the mutineers were fulfilling God's will when they toppled the old order. All shipborne bend to God's will, just as all events proceed according to his plan. We can rule that one out completely. Who cares? You've got enough problems right now without fighting over history with a bunch of fanatics. I kind of don't want to make any alliances this early, before I even exist as a character. I'm going to say who cares. In fact, you would go on to say, further they all stay from you, the better. Revolutions have never lightened the burden of tyranny. They've only shifted it to another shoulder. We cut off 1 Hydra head, yet 3 more took its place. Next time we'll do it right. Revolutions never lightened the burden of tyranny. They only shifted it. The ship suffered extensive damage during the Civil War, but remains operational. The hull was breached in several places, and frantic efforts to avoid a meltdown crippled the main reactor. Radiation increased in places to lethal levels, and several areas remain dangerous to this day. When a small percentage of children in the habitat were first born deformed, they were branded mutants and immediately shunned. The young were abandoned, and those whose deficits didn't manifest until later were driven out. With the condition of the fusion reactor degrading to dangerous levels, and the number of volunteers for jobs in areas exposed to radiation remaining few, the mutants negotiated a pact with the habitat, granting them protection from harassment and violence in exchange for their maintenance of the engines and other vital ship systems. You've always thought that. Mutants are an abomination in the sight of God. We should have eliminated their twisted kind when we had the chance. Definitely not that. Mutants proved themselves useful by taking care of the reactor. Who's better exposed to radiation than those already affected by it? Okay, I'm leaning that. We're all God's children, even those with webbed fingers or deformed faces. Are you so beautiful you can shun them? In saving the ship, they saved the world as we know it. That debt can never be repaid. If anything, we need to embrace the possibility of mutations as critical in our survival in a strange new world. Ostracizing fellow humans based on genetic differences is wrong. Hopefully our descendants will live in harmony in the future colony. So there's really only one evil option here. 2 is kind of evil. I'm going to say 2. They already proved themselves useful by taking care of the reactor. Who's better exposed? Or who's better equipped than those already exposed? The place you call home is known as the Pit, and to some more affectionately as the Free City. Calling the towers of containers rising from the depths of the cargo hold a city is a bit of a stretch, but so is the other half of it. With no kind of law or government, freedom mostly means you're free to kill or be killed. On the plus side, housing is cheap, and keeping overhead low is a priority when you have nothing. The real city, metropolis sprawling across many decks, is called the Habitat. It offers much better living conditions for those who can afford it, but to live there you have to pick a side among the factions vying for control. Nobody in the Pit gives a damn about their struggles. But like Earth before it, nothing in this world is free. Just keep in mind, you might get more than you sign up for. As far as you're concerned, true freedom means being free from laws passed down by your supposed betters. Some kind of rules are necessary or will descend into anarchy. If freedom means living on an interplanetary shipping container and sleeping with a gun under your pillow, these Pit dwellers can keep it. Personal freedom is a luxury the shipborn cannot afford. To serve the state is to serve your brother, to serve your sister, to serve yourself. Why can't people understand that? Some kind of rules are necessary or else we'll descend into anarchy. I'm taking middle of the road everything. The ship is en route to Proxima B, an Earth-like planet orbiting Proxima Centauri. After launch, a deep space probe transmitted highly detailed images of the surface, which revealed one minor setback. This very habitable world is already inhabited. Since the voyage is estimated to take close to 400 years, it's possible that by the time the ship arrives, the colonists will encounter a mature civilization, corresponding to Earth's late Middle Ages. If that's the case, what setback? Though unanticipated, slaves will provide an excellent resource for the colony. We'll make every effort within reason to accommodate the savages, setting aside clearly demarcated zones for them to pursue their own lives. We must make every effort to live in harmony with the new world's native sons and daughters, and learn all we can from them. We will be guests on this new world, living among the local population, accepting their culture and traditions as our own. We're going to make an effort to live in harmony. At least that's my character's thoughts. As inevitably happens in dark and challenging times, some people turn to God for reinsurance. The promise of an end to pain and hunger, or failing an end, at least a purpose. The Church of the Elect rejected both the protectors of the mission and the Brotherhood of Liberty as worldly fools, distracted by politics and their own egos. Teaching their adherents that they were chosen by God, the Church frames the journey of the ship as a centuries-long test of faith. We all face a series of difficult trials, yes, but with a very definite end. When the ship arrives at her destination, Judgment Day awaits every citizen. The righteous will be welcomed into the promised land of Proxima B, while the unrepentant will be returned to the hell from which we fled, Earth, and suffer for all eternity. Apparently, this is according to the Church of the Elect. Where you see it, religion is the opium of the people. Doesn't matter if God exists, people need to believe in something bigger than themselves. Faith has always been mankind's greatest strength and defining trait, must preserve it at all costs. Honor he who was reborn, and you too shall be reborn into the new world that awaits at the end of a long journey. Come the dawn, religion's the opium of the people. Protector's one truth is the mission, and the sole way to ensure successful completion of the mission is to follow the old ways. The ways of the fathers, forefathers, and founding fathers are together the beam upon which the ship travels to our ultimate destination. The mutiny, which through their steadfast and timely intervention was thankfully aborted, was the ultimate betrayal of the old ways. Everyone who would come before, the nullification of every sacrifice and every life dedicated to the mission. So of the three factions, I seem to be leaning on the traditionalists, the people who, like, put the ship together. Sworn to regain control of the ship, the Protectors will subjugate anyone who threatens the mission. Over the last century, they have managed to expand their enclave somewhat, but the Brotherhood is still deeply entrenched. Overcome them with violence would result in a massive loss of life, an unfortunate consequence, which itself would endanger the mission. So there are too many people rebelling, so we can't kill all the people who are rebelling, because that will also hurt the mission. Instead of embracing the future, Protectors are clinging to the long-gone past. They're the problem. They're a problem, not the solution. Protectors should be more flexible if they want to attract more to their cause. Protectors are right about one thing: the mission is more important than our petty struggles. If it fails, then all of this sacrifice was for nothing. Born and raised on the old Earth, our founding fathers were wiser than the shipborn. How can we question the path they've laid out for us? To stay on this path, we must stand with the Protectors. I'm going 3. They were right that the mission is more important than our petty struggles. The Brotherhood. These are the people who are rebelling. The Brotherhood was formed to liberate the people from the shackles of the ship authority. Their first sally, which the fossils of the old world called a mutiny, did not completely achieve this aim. However, the Brotherhood was successful in establishing themselves as significant power in the New Order. Unfortunately, the Brotherhood's subsequent attempts to complete their emancipation of the enslaved, wherever they may be, ran into an unexpected obstacle. Not only did the people refuse to cooperate in this noble mission, they often violently resisted, sometimes even chose the Protectors of the Church, or the Church, over their own best interests. The war goes on, but will be fought on different battlefields and with different tactics. A non-military campaign to win over the people, the reason and deceit, while weakening the enemy from within, is a central pillar of this new strategy. Okay, to survive, we must evolve, and the Brotherhood is merely an agent that drives this evolution. He who fights monsters should look to it that he himself does not become a monster. Brotherhood did end the tyranny of the ship authority, giving us a choice in how we live our lives. They shouldn't take away this choice now. The best slave is the one who thinks he's free. They will thank the Brotherhood later for liberating them. He who fights monsters should look to it that he himself does not become a monster. Your beliefs and opinions may change and evolve over the course of the game as you interact with factions, groups, and various individuals. Keep in mind that actions speak much louder than words, and that saying one thing and doing another won't fool people for long. Begin your adventure. So I'm starting as middle of the road as I possibly can, basically, except for the fact that I'm completely not religious. Chapter 1, The Pit. Ever since you were a kid, this has been your home. Sprawling heap of vacant cargo containers, slowly getting filled up with those who couldn't afford to stay in the habitat, or needed to get away from its bosses and factions. Out here, folks have lived free and died fast, and those who survive earning their keep by either diving into the wreckage of Mission Control and bringing back valuable relics of the past, or figuring out a way to make money off the fools who do the diving. Acorn fed, almost level 70. Yeah, I was trying to make to level 70 in the last stream, but, like, That stream ended up almost 19 hours long. It became an 18-plus stream, let's just say. What happens at 99? We'll do a 100% speed run. So. And if you have any other questions, they'll be addressed in the grind document. Exclamation point grind. You by chance know what Rufus Max Crit is? No. It's gonna depend partly on Cloud's, so there's a range. There's gonna be a range of, possible vitality stats for Cloud at whatever Cloud's current level is. And then there's a range of damage for that vitality stat, and then multiply that by 2. I wouldn't be surprised to see a crit for 100. A crit for over 100. Anyway. From the day it sprang up like a patch of mold on this rich substrate, the pit has been overshadowed by Jonas Redford, the canny, cagey son of a bitch, who planted its first spike. De facto mayor of a town with no government, Jonas holds court in the Promised Land, the pit's only brothel, and the base of operations for his network of thugs and whores. But as the pit has grown, Jonas's seat at the top has gotten shakier. With the Brotherhood of Freedom, when the Brotherhood of Freedom threatened to annex the town, concerned citizens band together and hired the Regulators, a mercenary gang led by Jeremiah Braxton, to keep the Brotherhood out. But now, as Braxton's gunmen swagger under the neon lights, some folks have started wondering whether it's time for the pit to get a little law and order, and whether Braxton might be the right man to wear a sheriff's star. Okay. Can any of you read the text on the right side? Because that's what, like, all the text for the rest of the game is going to look like. And if you can't read it, then I'm gonna have to read everything out loud. You open your eyes to a gray, all-metal ceiling, one panel of which flickers yellow, indicating day shift. You overslept, not that it matters. With a grunt, you roll off your stained mattress and open the window to let some fresh air in. Like everything else around here, fresh is relative. The ship does its best to recycle air and water, but the cargo holds aren't high on her priority list. You breathe in metal and burning oil and look up. 4 of the bridge's 6 projectors are still operational, shining dully down on the container towers of Cargo Hold 3, better known as the Pit, the Free City. Calling the Pit a city is a bit of a stretch, but so is calling this reddish-brown liquid water. You've read that water is supposed to be clear, and cities are supposed to be big, but no shipborne has ever seen either. Maybe in another 100 years, water will look and taste like oil. People will be talking about the good old days when it was the color of rust and tasted refreshingly bitter and tangy. That's the kind of optimism that keeps you going. The elevator crawls up a groove in the cargo hold's wall, like a black steel bug that's worn a path, traveling to the bridge and back. It's time to get there and earn a few credits. But first, you need a drink. I have 1,000 credits according to the upper right corner. For the last few years, you've been doing odd jobs for Tanner, a local hustler with a nose for making money. He's never tried to screw you over, which is pretty close to being virtuous in this town. Still, there's a first time for everything. Whiskey Jack is added to the map. Meet Tanner in a nearby bar called Whiskey Jack. Don't forget your gun. You never know when it might come in handy. Okay, basically I'm deciding what my gun is now. Rusty pipe pistol, crude bolt-action pipe rifle, makeshift shotgun, gaudy submachine gun. I'm leaning between rifle and shotgun. If I'm gonna have any survivability in combat, I need to keep distance. Crude bolt-action pipe rifle. Backup weapon. Camp knife or a utility bar. I'm gonna take the knife, because the knife might be usable for other things more than the utility bar. Even though the utility bar has utility in its name. Okay. So let's figure out how to save. Okay. Okay, this is going to take some getting used to. We have a quest. Okay, I don't know if I like this. The fact that you... Okay, I don't want the mouse to be able to move the camera. I think. Permanent outlines enabled. Okay, so all of the interactables should always be highlighted the entire game. Okay, if I don't lock mouse to window, it still does the thing. I have no idea what lock mouse to window does. Okay, that's way more reasonable in terms of camera movement speed. But I don't know how to move my character. Okay, apparently we right-click to move to a spot that we right-clicked on. Help screen. Okay, we're gonna read all of this, apparently. I feel like I might need a bigger monitor. Okay, so I've moved the monitor, like, way up into my face now. There are three main factors determining the difficulty of any combat encounter and your character's life expectancy: accuracy, evasion, and damage. Don't care about that. Stealth. Stealth in colony ship is turn-based. Thank God. Okay, I was afraid that there was going to be, like, any sort of timing-based thing for this that would make the grind impossible. The tile's colors show the enemy's field of vision and awareness based on their perception, thermal vision if any, and your stealth rating. Green is safe to step on this tile and end your turn there. Yellow, safe to step on but not stay there long. And red is you'll be detected immediately. And there are different alert levels. Party management. You can assign all skill-based interactions to your party members. They will pick locks, interact with computer terminals, or fix machinery. You'll also get dialogue options to ask the specialist party members, perform various text-based activities. And you can also have one of them do stealth. Use medkits to heal your party after a fight. You cannot use medkits in combat. Your biotech skill will make medkits more effective, meaning heal more hit points. Death timer. When a party member falls in combat, a death timer starts running. You can't heal the dying party members in combat, so the only way to save them is to kill the remaining enemies before the timer runs out. And administer first aid after. Okay, that sounds reasonable. Such close encounters with death leave scars in the form of minor penalties and bonuses, which are added to your feat list. You can increase the death timer's duration by choosing slow metabolism feat or playing on hero mode. Okay, we'll figure out this stuff later. That's like how equipment works. Party management. We just have me. I can heal 12 hit points per med kit. I have 0 med kits. Here's my inventory screen. If I make the tutorial go away, can I make it come back later? Quests. The Holy Grail. Tanner, a local hustler, sent word that he has a job for you. Waiting for you at the Whiskey Jack bar, so you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Okay, party. Inventory screen. Journal. Map. This is your fast travel screen. Different locations are on the left. Notable local places on the right. Double-click to travel. Some quests or events may disable fast travel or temporarily prevent you from going back. Central Street, if you can call a space between container stacks a street, where you can find all notable stores and establishments. Those include Med Bay. This is a place you crawl to when a business transaction doesn't break your way. As long as you're still breathing, the ancient machines will stitch you up, purge you of toxins, and set you right back on your feet, provided you can pay the bill, of course. So no charity cases, please. Power station. Power supply for the pit. The hulking generator, transformers, and high-tech power grid were all designed for the colony on Proxima. but maybe a town cobbled together from shipping containers seated in the cold, dark cargo hold is a colony of sorts. Why not take advantage of all the shiny toys? Spacious windowed apartment in the downtown core, well known for its classic architectural charm and vibrant nightlife, minutes away from local shopping, dining, and entertainment. Oh yes, Turtle, Barrett will start at over 9,000. He'll start at about 9,500 to 9,600. Definitely over 9,000. Popular bar first opened when the pit was still a small prospector camp in the vast darkness of Cargo Hold 3. Prospectors' basic human needs, drinking, whoring, and gambling, had to be met, which led to the rapid growth of the camp and its miraculous transformation into a booming town. Camp Town. As Jonas Redford's town prospered and began to expand beyond the original settlement, the second and third wave of migrants broke new ground by dismantling yet more containers. Now this dirty and disordered camp is a district in its own right, a place that adamantly resists any kind of authority or oversight. So we can travel, apparently, we can fast travel to any of these through this menu. A DR, I think, is damage resistance. Okay, we have regen, stimulant, an experimental rapid cellular regeneration compound that accelerates tissue regeneration for a short time, consuming all available body energy in the process. Heals 7 hit points instantly, and regenerates 7 hit points per turn for 2 turns. Strength, Constitution, and Dex and Perception are reduced by 1 for the duration of combat. Taking another stim will increase the penalty. So this is for healing during combat, and it lowers your stats in combat. Until combat's over. Protective Vest. This protective vest is fashioned from synthetic leather that once covered the seats of abandoned train cars. The material has good tensile strength, making it slightly better at resisting bullets. Bolter, a crude bolt-action rifle featuring minimalist design and aesthetic. Rifling sold separately. Shoots 5.56. Rusty camp knife, an all-purpose knife that can be used for just about everything, from hunting to survival. Blade is stamped out of sheet metal, so don't expect much from it. Ancient pair of boots, issued by the ship authority to every citizen on board. The ship authority is long gone now, and so are free boots. We have 15 rounds of 5.56. Meds, 8. Okay, I have 8 medkits, apparently. Credit stick. Your personal ship-issued credit stick, connected to the central computer. You can use it to transfer money between you and other people. So that's taken basically directly from Shadowrun. Medkits heal 10 hit points, plus 2 hit points per point of biotech skill of the medic. General reputation. My combat reputation is harmless. No, we're still level 69, Samey. For the next, like, few hundred experience points. Diplomacy reserved. Stealth inept. Exploration home buddy. Faction standing, everything's neutral. And my beliefs are totally middle of the road. Yeah, we're 1.1 thousand away from the end of level 69. Faith, values, control, and xenophobia or xenophilia. We're totally middle of the road. My faith is leaning slightly towards atheism, but that's it. Okay. Is there a way to change the camera angle? Maybe you just can't change the camera angle. Yeah, I'm just gonna Google it. Colony ship, can you change the camera angle? Camera position is fixed, panning only. Okay, there's going to be a bit of a learning curve, especially considering that... Okay, so this is a door, probably. Okay, I have to... turn camera speed to absolute minimum. Okay, camera speed is now reasonable. At absolute minimum. Worker jacket. Okay, I can't see what I have equipped in my inventory. Okay, so that lowered my armor handling. Armor handling -1. Damage resistance against energy is 2. Melee is 4. Projectile 3. Okay, what is armor handling? A mix of natural abilities and training to reduce armor penalties. If you wear more armor than you can handle, it will lower your initiative, evasion, and reaction. Okay, I'm gonna leave the helmet unequipped. For now. There's got to be a way to turn up brightness. Okay, if I max brightness, what happens? Holy fuck, that's bright. Okay, that looks better. Okay, so we have a first conversation tutorial here, probably, with this guy. Talk to Xavier. Another day, eh, Monetary? Says Xavier, raising a cup of the black blend of chemicals that has passed for coffee aboard the ship for at least a generation. Looks like it. Any big plans? I got a job on a diving crew, says Xavier, taking another sip. I lost 2 men last week, so they hired me on the spot. Must be my lucky day. Which crew? Sullivan's. Down in mission control. It's like a maze down there. Sealed doors, corridors, entire decks. They cut the power to kill the auto defenses, which didn't make things any easier. Now there's a demand for divers who can open doors the old-fashioned way. Sounds useful. You show me the basics? Sure, if you pay me for my time. Let's say 200 credits. Trust me, you'll make your money back in no time. Sure, I'm gonna give money to the first person who asks. Lockpicking training will cost you 200 credits. Yourself or maybe later. My guess is that he's only gonna train one person. And that I should probably have a dedicated lockpicker. And have that be the person who gets the training. Okay, the option is still available. Okay, apparently I can't stand here. Yeah, think Shadowrun in space, but without magic. Talk to neighbor. I'm done with this fucking town, says Charlie, his eyes empty and lifeless. 2 years I've been here, and what do I have to show for it? Nothing. What are you gonna do? Go back to the habitat? Guess so, says Charlie. Doesn't seem so bad now, the habitat. I don't know what I was thinking. Okay, so I just realized something. You see the lower left corner? That's obscured by this. You need to make it that big at the most. You ever play the new ones? The new ones that are like 10 years old, right? Right, Proggers? You're talking about Shadowrun Returns, Dragonfall, and Hong Kong? Yes. I've played those. Returns is good. Returns is basically like a tutorial for Dragonfall. Dragonfall is awesome, and Hong Kong sucks. But yes, I've played them. Okay, so non-interactable people don't light up. So, Hong Kong would have been fine if they didn't change the decking to make it, like, real-time stealth. There were some other problems with Hong Kong, but the main problem, the biggest problem by far, was that they completely ruined decking. Decking that was completely fine, totally fine, in 1 and 2. They just threw that out the window and decided to, like, have a keyboard and mouse thing become a timing-based stealth game that basically you're going to immediately get caught during. Can I open it? Okay, not yet. You need lockpicking 2 to get this. I could purchase lockpicking 2 right now. I'll probably save, get lockpicking, and then load. I'll open this and then load. Okay, we quick saved. Can you teach me how to open that lock? I can show you the basics, the rest is up to you. See that lock over there? Xavier shows some insights in the ancient art of lockpicking. We picked the lock. Hyperjack, multi-barrel pistol. 9mm ammo. Worker boots. And a flashbang. Okay. So now we know what's in there. Are the newer Shadowrun games worth playing? Yes. The first 2 are really good. The first 2 are absolutely worth it. So think of Shadowrun Returns. Shadowrun Returns is a very short game. Think of that as a tutorial for Dragonfall. Shadowrun Dragonfall is an actually really good, totally legit RPG. Don't bother with Hong Kong. It would be nice if it were more clear what the boundaries of the play area were. Like, I have no idea how I'm supposed to get out of where I am now. Oh, is this stairs down? Okay. Apparently that's stairs down. These biorecyclers break all organic matter. Oh, come on. What the fuck? Okay, please leave the text on the screen while I'm reading it. Yeah, it fades. Okay, so you have to read off of the text in the lower right, because that doesn't disappear, but the text there, that's right above my character's head. I don't like that that just disappears. So there's no point in even trying to read that. You're forced to look in the lower right corner. These biorecyclers break all organic matter, from waste to dead bodies gathered each morning, into simple organic compounds and mineralized nutrients, which the ship turns into end tabs. It's the circle of life. It would also be easier to tell what the boundaries of the play area were, if you... What the fuck? If you could move the camera. Because I can't tell... So... I think what's covering over my legs is a shelf, but it looks like a floor. Oh, but no, it's definitely a floor. But I think it's a floor. No, it's a ceiling. But, like, what's right here? Why can't I go in this? It would be easy to tell if how and why I couldn't go in this if I could move the camera. But the camera only pans. It doesn't... Okay, the art design for this game is falling kind of flat on its face. Because it's hard to tell... Like, knowing where I can and cannot go should never be a problem. This is something that is one of the reasons why NES games are awesome. Is because, like, where you can and cannot go is never a mystery. Like, I will happily, very happily take less realism for more understandability. Talk to the armor trader. Apparently we have shops here. How can I help you? Says the storekeeper, putting down a ballistic vest riddled with holes. I need some armor. Look no further then, smiles the storekeeper. I have the finest merchandise in the pit. Do you have anything special? I do have a very nice ballistic vest, custom made for one of my customers, but I haven't seen him around for a while. Custom ballistic vest. +1 energy damage reduction with no penalties compared to regular vests. So, ball bag. At some point when I feel like it, because the encounter RNG for FF7 is completely is completely understood, and there is no actual randomness. We're just working through a list of Enks. It's possible for us to calculate exactly how many battles it's going to take, and also calculate exactly how many dogs and how many MPs we will have killed. But the easiest thing to do, if you want a quick and dirty estimate, it's going to be about 87,600. About 87,600 fights. That was just dividing the needed experience by 28. He might be dead for all you know, and if he isn't, tell him your goods sell fast and don't wait for nobody. Fine, 100 credits and it's yours. Yeah, another significant disadvantage. So here, when in any kind of inventory or apparently purchase sort of system setup, I can't see what I have equipped. So we've got these coats, we've got Gunslinger Jacket, we've got Traveler's Coat. I have my own coat, but because it's equipped, I can't do a side-by-side comparison with this one. At least, probably I can. Here it says Alt for comparison. Okay. Good. Comparison works. So I have Protective Vest, which is 221, and this is 231. Scavenger Goggles. A scav never knows what he might find in the no man's land of the abandoned lower decks. These crude goggles, fashioned from salvaged combat tech, offer a few little advantages against whatever might be lurking. Offer a few little advantages. Accuracy 4%, thermal vision 50. Okay, so my protective vest is 221. Still have that armor. Okay, so that's expensive. That armor is expensive. Okay, apparently we can go down here. Jericho Moore at your service, the appraiser said with a quick nod. How may I help you? Depends on what you do. With a practiced motion, the appraiser conjures 2 electronic modules. The casings are old and covered with rust and corrosion. The markings that could identify them faded a long time ago. One of them is a C-210, worth 700 credits in the pit, 1,200 in the habitat. The other one is an L5, common as dirt and just as cheap. You'd be lucky to get 5 credits for it. If you're confident in your ability to tell them apart, you don't need my help. Otherwise... I don't have anything worth appraising yet. Okay, so this is where we sell things. $461 more experience until we're no longer level 69. Okay, so Whiskey Jack is where we want to go. And Tanner, this guy right here, is our first quest person. There's somebody who we can pickpocket there. Okay, so we go there last, basically. Talk to Frank. Looking for anything in particular? Asks the storekeeper with an unconvincing smile. His face is unshaven and smudged with oil. I'd like to buy a gun. Wise decision, says the storekeeper, nodding approvingly. What kind of gun do you fancy? How about a rifle or shotgun? Where do I start? He looks over his wares carefully. A sawed-off shotgun is a good choice for the novice. Point it and pull the trigger, but unless you're damn close to the target, you'll get nothing but a bang and a flash. For better accuracy, try this long arm. Harder to handle than the sawed-off, but the most accurate gun there is. Then there's this multi-barrel shotgun. Don't worry about the rust. Elbow grease will take care of that. Also, we could power wash it away. The stopping power is second to none. The range isn't too bad either, as long as you remember it's not a precision weapon. An energy gun would be nice. The storekeeper laughs politely and stops when you don't join him. We've run out of energy cells a long time ago. Guns aren't much good without them cells, are they? Ran out? Why? Well, says the man, scratching his stubble, the mutiny drained the ammunition depots pretty fast. And that was, what, 100 years ago? They stocked the ship with weapons to scare off the primitives and to secure our colony, not to fight a civil war. I'm sure there are a few leftover cells here and there, but they're worth a lot of money and only a fool would use them to charge a gun. Luckily, they're less fancy but still effective alternatives. Take it you can't make more cells? Do I look like a plasma physicist to you? As far as I know, nobody's making energy cells anywhere. What about recharging energy cells? Of course! 30 years I've been a gunsmith and I never once thought of that. He shakes his head at this foolish oversight. Just let me tell the protectors to land the ship, break her down for parts, and fire up the factories. In the meantime, though, how about you take a look at this fine piece of workmanship? He produces a rusty pipe with an attached grip. Ever heard of a gun that won the West? The gun that won the West? Exact replica, but twice as deadly. The West was won with a gun made from scrap metal? It was indeed, says the man without blinking an eye. Let's save the history lesson for another time. You have anything more sophisticated than pipe guns? What's wrong with pipe guns? Gunsmith stands a little straighter as if offended. Bullet from a pipe gun will kill you just as dead as any other kind of bullet. But if you want to waste your money on something fancy, ask around the habitat. They've got all kinds of fancy over there. Why not make better guns here in the pit? Do you see anyone here who'd pay 1,000 credits for a high-quality piece? You take your pipe gun, shove it in someone's face, and pull the trigger. It will do the job just fine, providing it doesn't explode. You have anything automatic? Machine guns? Sure. So basically, I'm going to read through everything. I'm going to try to get as much lore as I possibly can from early game stuff. Just to understand the setting. Machine guns? Sure. I do have a few in stock, but keep in mind that bullets aren't free, so you'd better have deep pockets if you want to spray and pray. Different gunsmiths have different ideas on which design is superior, but no matter how you look at it, you still have three main categories. One-handed, with the magazine housed in the grip. Range is short and accuracy is nothing to brag about, but it's fast and will give your enemies nightmares in close quarters. At the other end of the spectrum, you have the assault SMGs, which are more like a rifle than a pistol. Built for range and accuracy, you need to keep your distance to be effective. Stock makes for better stability, but they're slower to aim and fire. In the mid-range, there are compact SMGs. You don't excel at anything, but don't have any significant drawbacks either. Show me your pistols. Accuracy requires a long barrel. It will slow you down a bit in a fight, but give you a big advantage at a distance. If you want to unload in a hurry, use a revolver. Timeless classic, but less accurate at range. If you're the sort of person who can't stand to lose an argument, I suggest our third option, extra barrels. Awful slow to reload, but if you empty all 4 chambers in someone's face, you should have the rest of the day to do so at your leisure. Okay, we have 4 different ammo types. 9mm, shotgun shells, 45, 5.56. Street Sweeper, a compact 4-barrel shotgun hacked together from scavenged parts. It ain't much to look at, but it will get the job done. So it doesn't really matter, for this playthrough at least, Dickie, since I'm going to be avoiding combat whenever possible, and I've got a maximum charisma, super high intelligence, cult leader kind of character. One of the finest assault rifles to ever come from small workshops. Looking at it, you'd guess it was put together with random junk gathered here and there. It looks kind of like a Galil. It's a AK pattern rifle. Anyway. Our weapon is our talking. Cole's Gadgets. Hey, Cole. Let's talk to Cole. The name's Cole, says the proprietor. A dark-skinned man in his 40s, sporting an optical implant and a data check. What can I do for you, friend? What do you sell? What the sign says, Cole's Gadgets. What kind of gadgets? Grenades are my most popular item. He produces a dented metal cylinder, size of your fist. I've got the plain old flashbang, gas, and smoke. Anything you need. They aren't as fancy as the relics, but they sure can get you out of a bind. What do you mean by relics? Old Earth toys, time warp gizmos, brainwave disruptors, pulsed alternators, all that science magic. Unfortunately, it's all in limited quantities. Even if you find someone who knows how the stuff works, there aren't any facilities on the ship to produce it. Time warp? The laymen call it a stasis field. pointed at someone, and the illusory experience we think of as time will slow to a crawl for them. Brainwave disruptors cause debilitating hallucinations. Pulse alternators will fry any electronics that aren't shielded. The ship is safe from this sort of low-level sabotage, but be careful not to set one off near your own toys. Why didn't they keep the first-generation colonists in stasis, then? It impairs neuronal functions. The longer that they stay in stasis, higher the chance that they to come out as a vegetable. A 30-second exposure is mostly harmless. After a few days, you'll never be the same again. A few centuries? Cole shakes his head. What else have you got? Combat tech and implants. That's the data jack in the side of his head. The good stuff extracted with care and rehabilitated by more moneyed customer. Extracted? You know they don't make new ones, so where do you think they come from? Now take a look at this beauty. Cole dangles a small ball, made from some smooth, shiny substance, from a bundle of ultra-thin translucent wires. As it slowly pivots, you see on its reverse side a much-worn barcode and brown spots that look like dried blood. Excellent pedigree. 4 previous owners, no registered complaints, still performs up to factory specs. It's a basic model, though, which is why I'd be practically giving it to you for 200 credits. What is it? Paul shows you the recessed lens on the underside, the pupil of the device, ringed by an impossibly blue iris. This is a 3rd-generation Alternax module. This particular unit's not too sophisticated, but it's upgradable like all the best tech, and it has autofocus, which comes in handy in a firefight. Mentioned time warps. Layman call it a stasis field. I'm gonna ask you something else. What can I do for you? Browse the wares. Okay, we can buy flashbangs, gas grenades, smoke grenades, pulse grenades, energy shields, distortion fields, and a bionic eye. Brighten up your world with Core Protect's Insight 7L. Tap into the 25th century image processing technology today to automatically adjust gamma, contrast, color, and shadows to give you the best picture quality at an unbelievably reasonable price. Every day looks a little brighter with Core Protect. Implants can be installed through dedicated machines you find inside med bays. Increases your perception by 1. I'll probably want that. And then distortion fields, I've heard good things about these. I'm probably going to need these. But we'll get nothing now. Well, everything becomes a stat that you max if you can max it using renewable resources like money. Also, if you're big on dump stats, your survival might not last very long in a game like this. My actual dump stats, if you weren't here for it, look at my stats. My strength is 4, my constitution is 4. Dexterity 6, perception 7, intelligence 9, charisma 10. My dump stats are my physical stuff, except for dex. Basically, if anybody hurts me, I'm dead, and I can't hurt anyone with physical strength. I can only hurt them with my quick wits and saying 69. If I say 69, they say nice, and that's how you manipulate them. Okay, speaking of 69, Look at that. We need 1 experience point to reach level 70. This is fucking awesome. Alright, this is our last moment of level 69. Embrace it. We just gained 32 experience points and we needed 1. Level 70.
I'll try spinning. That's a good trick.
Yep, run's dead. I agree. It's all over. It was fun while it lasted. Okay, so level 70 is 34.21%. And juggling... Since I've got, like, 2 mice and 2 keyboards and 1 portable monitor, and I've got a ton of stuff on my desk here. So juggling this is more difficult than you. Oh, I have good news, Funkin' Coffee. After we complete the grind, we'll be 100% done. Then if I just do it 3.20 more times, then I will be 420% done with the grind. Alright. He is now, Frankenstein. Frankenbulba. Thank you, Egwin. I hope you enjoy Frankenbulba. Okay, this seems to be a dead end. If there was some way to, like, press a button that would light up the borders of the play area, so, like, we could see where we could and could not still go, that would be useful. Since it's not nearly as obvious as the game devs seem to think it is. So my guess is that we can go up here. Okay, apparently we can. Honest Abe's General Store. Steal 2, grab some ammo. I don't have any points in stealing. We've got Abe, we've got Evans. This also requires Steal 2. Hi, Evans. Being a gunfighter is a quick and easy way to make a living in the pit. All it takes is a gun and some guts. It's also a quick way to wind up dead, but the kind of men drawn to the gun always think they're going to live forever. Evans learned of the realities of his new trade the hard way. The first time, Evans got lucky and killed his man as he fumbled his draw. Riding high, Evans called out an old hand who put 3 bullets in his chest and left him for dead. Lucky for Evans, a stranger patched him up and he survived. Today looks like a man whose luck is about to run out. Continue. Monetary, nods Evans. What brings you to these parts? he says, his rifle still pointed your way. I have a job for you. A job? Evan pretends to think about it for a moment. Truth be told, I've got a job for you, too. All you've got to do is stick around and watch my back while I deal with these thugs. You do that for me? I'll do whatever you need, no questions asked. Deal? What thugs? Jonas sent some gun thugs to harass Abe. He nods at the storekeep. Abe here went to the regulators, but Braxton said he can't spare any men. You and I both know the bastard doesn't want to get involved. So Abe hired me to watch the store, but the son of a bitch didn't say a word about Jonas until I agreed. I'm no coward, but I don't want to go against Jonas alone. He runs this town, for Christ's sake. Why did Abe go to the regulators? Beats me. We all agreed to hire the regulators when the Brotherhood started eyeing the pit and getting ideas. Only reason they're still around, now that the Brotherhood's backed off, is to make sure that they don't come back. At any rate, their job is to show that we have some muscle, even if it's a hired muscle, not sort out local trouble. What does Jonas want from Abe? Money, what else? His thugs said everyone who does business in the pit has to pay taxes or pack up and go. I told Abe he should pay, but he doesn't want to listen to reason. He wants to die, that's his business. But now I'm going to go down with him. Wait and see what transpires. Okay. Hopefully we can talk our way out of this. The gun thugs show up around noon. A man in his 40s, who moves with slow confidence, and a brash young man eager to get himself killed. You got Jonas's money? Demands the kid, talking tough. So I want to get through this successfully to get that guy, Evans, to join me. I want his loyalty. I need him to be my muscle. Got Jonas's money? Demands the kid, talking tough. The older guy stays quiet, keeping an eye on you and Evans. What money? You deaf? Asks the kid, spitting on the floor. Jonas's money. He owns the pit. So it's about time you fucking freeloaders start paying your fair share. I agree, actually. We're in the wrong here. Doesn't have to go this way. In which way's that? Asks the older man softly. You can see he's been counting heads and running odds while the kid's been talking. You leave the store in a body bag. Might not be me, says the older man, smiling. It's not a good smile. Are you willing to bet your life on it? On what might or might not happen? That's one hell of a gamble, friend. Are we going to leave empty-handed? Scoffs the older man. You have a feeling he wants a way out. Apparently, the kid gets the same impression. What are you talking about? Asks the kid. It's 2 against 2. Hell, I could kill both of them myself. Okay. Options are streetwise. It's 3 against 2. Abe's a lousy shot, but even he can't miss at this range. Not with that hand cannon he's carrying. Or persuasion. And then what? Collecting tax is one thing, killing folks is another. Cross that line, and you'll be dead sooner than you think. Apparently I can pass either. I'm gonna go persuasion. Have it your way. I don't know if there was RNG in that. The kid tries to protest, but for all his talk, the only thing he shoots is a black look. Gain experience. Wait for them to leave. Door hisses shut behind the gun thugs, and Evans breathes a sigh of relief. Then gunfire erupts outside. Go take a look. What do we do now? Asks Evans, visibly shaken. You have to see it through, I suppose, or nothing. Why make someone else's problems our own? I'm gonna see it through. Your call. I reckon I'll stick with you until this thing blows over. Welcome aboard. Okay, so there's combat outside. Most likely. First fight, maybe. Hey, Abe. I don't know how to thank you, Monetary, says Abe, wiping the sweat from his forehead. These ruffians, they would have killed me dead. God knows I don't have much, but I can give you all I can spare and then some. Turns out Abe could only spare 2 small boxes of ammo, 25 rounds each. But it's still definitely better than nothing. Abe is starting to think that those 2 gentlemen had the right idea. Maybe I should finish what they started. So we can rob him now. What are you gonna do now? Pray for less excitement in my life. What else can I do? Didn't you move here from the habitat? You can always go back. Back? As bad as the pit is sometimes, the habitat is 10 times worse. Protectors are all about their mission, and every poor bastard that lives in their enclave has to toe the line whether he likes it or not. They tax you up the wazoo and then expect you to contribute what little you have left to the war effort. You're still talking about war? Protectors have been gearing up for war ever since the mutiny. Brotherhood's been doing the same, of course. If you ask me, neither side wants to fight. But they've been beating their chests for the last 100 years, so they have no choice but to go back through it. And the church? Waiting on the sidelines to finish off the winner. It's a smart play. Electronic module. Swappable module that can bring dead machinery back to life, even if temporarily. Synthetic winch rope with hook attached. Okay, so this stuff is actually pretty good. Okay, so we're probably gonna die. Rumor has it that Captain Braxton once served a higher power. That in the days before his crisis of faith, he was known as the faithful gunner Jeremiah Braxton among the Church of the Elect. There's plenty of talk about why he left, but as is often the case, no story is more compelling than the others. Backed up by a few like-minded men and picking up more recruits along the way, Braxton left the church and wound up in the pit, where good fighting men are always in high demand. Around the same time, the Brotherhood had started nosing around, eager to establish a foothold here. Braxton and his regulators offered the good people of the pit their services. After much debate, they were hired to drive the Brotherhood's men out, which was accomplished with brutal efficiency. You see Braxton and 2 of his men standing next to the bodies of the gun thugs. So are the bodies dead? Thank God you're alive, says Braxton, holstering his gun. When I saw them leaving the store, I assumed the worst. What happened here? What does it look like? They opened fire, we returned it. So my options? With Intelligence 7, I can say, they weren't eager to draw on me, yet you expect me to believe that they started shooting at you and your boys not a minute later? Saying that. I paid them to start a fight at Abe's store, not to run away at the first chance they got, Braxton says nonchalantly. None of that changes the fact that the pit can use a makeover. The problem is, Jonas doesn't really run the town. Keeps Main Street nice, clean, but he doesn't give a damn about growing camp town around it. Or maybe he just doesn't know what to do about it. Either way, he'll lose control soon enough, and then what? Chaos? Gangs fighting for control? We got a new quest called At the Crossroads. I can't say I like your methods, but you do have a point here. What can I do to help that your men can't? Or, so you're the hero we deserve? What can I do that your men can't? Quite a lot, actually. If we move against Jonas, he'll claim that the regulators are taking over, and many would side with him. We don't want that. But you're one of them. If you challenge Jonas, people will side with you. Of course, we'll stand with you, but it will be your fight. I barely know Jonas, and I don't know you at all. First, I'll say, why me? Who else? Braxton asks loudly, making sure that everyone can hear him. You didn't look the other way when Jonas's thugs threatened Abe. You saved him because it's the right thing to do. Now I'm asking you to help us save this town. Tempting, very tempting. Unfortunately, saving towns costs money, and I'm broke. I'm gonna say I barely know Jonas, and I don't know you at all. It's not about me, and it's not about Jonas. It's about this town. I think it's sinking into anarchy, and what we've just witnessed here is a taste of what's coming. Let's put a stop to it right now. Okay, I'm gonna lean helping this guy. Ask for money. Tempting, very tempting. Unfortunately, saving towns costs money, and I'm broke. $250, says Braxton, as a show of good faith. Do right by me, and I will certainly do right by you. Consider me in your employ, Captain. And talk to Jonas. Put him on notice in front of everyone. Let them all hear what you have to say. Why? Won't he know that we're coming? We aren't going to stab him in the back. Man deserves the right to defend himself. Okay, so I'm probably gonna die. What are you gonna do? The right thing. We're gonna save this town. I haven't decided yet. What's that saying? Better the devil you know than the devil you don't? So there's that. Sometimes I wonder whether that devil's going to let it all go to hell. Jonas did build up his town, but that's as far as he's going to take it. Did a good job keeping everyone in the best behavior at first, back when the pit was more of a camp, but the bigger the town got, the more lawless it became. Braxton? Braxton? His men do a good job patrolling the decks around town, but I'm not sure if I'd want to see them patrolling the pit and telling folks what to do. If Braxton ends up on top, who knows how far he'd take that law and order thing. Although probably not as far as the Brotherhood would, so there's that. Allied Braxton. Okay, so Evans has 50 hit points. He has an assault rifle and a revolver. He's Strength 6, Constitution 6, Dexterity 8, Perception 9. Okay, so he is a dedicated ranged combat person. Okay, both of his guns use 9mm. We have 37 rounds of that. Okay, he has no actual skills other than combat. Okay, so he has a ton of tagged skills. Like, everything except... So, Evans, the guy who I just recruited... basically every skill is tagged. Except for his speech. Evans seems to be pretty good. I like him. Okay, we've got a med bay. Where we can install implants. Distract Sarah and grab some meds. Distract Sarah and grab an aggro stim. What would you like to do? Install implants, upgrade implants. Hi, Sarah. The woman stares blankly, as if lost in thought, while her metal-capped fingers move across a keyboard that isn't there. You can see she's jacked in, with a long translucent cable running from her half-shaved head to one of the machines. Finally registering your presence, she unplugs the cable from her head, and her eyes come to focus. Are you the new doctor? I've been trained in the healing protocols, if that's what you're asking, the woman says impatiently, waiting for you to get to the point. What's that data jack for? My neural uplink? It's how I run diagnostics. Only the simplest systems have external interfaces. What does the machine do? Repairs all tissue and organ damage and pumps you full of drugs to kill pain and inflammation. It takes a couple of hours and sets you back 100 credits. Do you have any implants for sale? On occasions, the scabs bring me something I can salvage. What do you mean? Where do you think the implants come from? You certainly can't make them anymore. She gives a look of disgust. But whether it's directed at your ignorance, civilization's decline, or the nature of scavenging is anyone's guess. When the scabs show up to trade, they're always telling me they found some dusty old corpse from the ship's launch, as if I can't see the blood on them. Half the time, they've managed to break the damn thing down, cutting it out. Where could I find one of these dusty old corpses? In the mission control ruins, if you're desperate enough. Just save some credits for regen when you get back. If you get back. After a moment, she adds, McNeil and his crew hit a jackpot on a zero-G deck just last month. An anti-riot armor with a squad commander implant and a full suit of subdermal armor. For once they showed some sense and dragged the entire cadaver to me. If they tried to hack the body up on their own, the tech would have been scrambled for sure. Anything else I need to know about the implants? The implants tax the immune system. At a certain point, rejection is unavoidable, leading to mass organ failure and death. Few people can take more than 5. Once the implant is seated, it can't be removed without killing you. So I recommend against impulse shopping. Why can't the implant be removed in the same way it was put in? For one thing, we don't hold on to your old organs, so there's nothing to put back in. For another, I want you to think about what would happen if I tried pulling out an exospine fused to 18 vertebrae with microfiber optic cables woven into your spinal nerve. Can you show me how to extract implants safely, presumably from dead bodies? If you make yourself useful, you can watch me work. Maybe you can learn a thing or two. He walks up to a corpse laying on one of the beds and checks the tag. Motor cortex chip. Dumb bastard overclocked it. Fried the chip in half his brain. She points to a patch of blackened skin and burnt hair. Yo, there might be something worth keeping. I don't have all day, so get to work, will you? He passes you the saw. Half an hour later. Well, I'll be damned. The suppressor's still good. With a quick, hard yank, he pulls an intact piece of electronics from amid the cooked brain. and ruined circuitry. She drops it in a jar of disinfectant and slams you on the back with an unwashed hand. Oddly enough, this practical lesson on field surgery and neural implants has been more educational than you expected. Anything else I can help you with? Or can you give my friend here a few pointers in biotech? Sure, if you pay me for my time, 200 credits. Can I ask you something else? Make it quick. I'm looking for work. Well, I do have an errand that needs running. A fella by the name of Jimmy Brewster sent word that he has something for me. He owes me 500 creds, so it better be some quality biotech. If it is, bring it here, and I'll make it worth your while. If it isn't, I'll deal with Jimmy myself when he shows up here. Quest added, Little Shop of Hoarders. Where can I find him? When he's in town, he rents one of the warehouses in Camptown. E7, I think. Okay, so she sells meds. And we just got a quest, and our biotech skill increased to 3. Monetary gained 100 learning points in biotech. So apparently our skills only go up when we use them. Or when we get training in them. Okay, maybe we'll be able to put points in things when we actually level up, because we also have, like, an actual experience marker thing. We're at 225 out of 300. So we should be reaching level 2 relatively soon. Church of the Elect. Have you come here to find your purpose? The preacher asks by way of welcome. Either the church has fallen on rough times, or they deliberately chose a minimalistic design. The only ornamentation is an oversized metal cross welded to the back wall. 2 deacons flank the altar, featureless metal oblong, and look on impassively. Machine guns cradled in their arms suggest theirs is a militant faith. What purpose would that be? Doing the Lord's work, of course. How else would we prove our devotion to the Lord? How else would we end our trials and arrive at our destination? I don't understand what God has to do with a spaceship. Or, amen, brother, the fool to think that the Lord will lead us into promised land before we're ready. Or, I hear you, brother, just tell me what needs doing. Is that a fancy way of saying you'd like to hire me to do a job? That's what I'll say. You can say that, frowns the preacher. One of my deacons was taken prisoner. I want him back. Is there more to the story? I sent him to James McNeil, the preacher says reluctantly. If McNeil and his crew were to pay the church a tenth of what he... If McNeil and his crew were to pay the church a tenth of what he makes from his scavenging business, people would take notice. Others would follow his example. You're lucky McNeil doesn't use your deacon for target practice. Think shaking him down will make you popular? I'm going to say second one. I'm going to say you think shaking him down will make you popular. It's not a shakedown, the preacher says irritably. We are offering him the spiritual boon of serving the Lord and potentially more practical support. Such an arrangement will demonstrate that the Lord, holds sway even in the darkest zones. Strength is the only language these people will understand. What happens to your deacon? McNeil's holding him, man of God, prisoner. I want him released. I want restitution. Why are you helping him? Asks Evans when you stop outside. McNeil's one of us. You'd have done the same thing if some clown tried to shake you down. Done the same, I'd have shot that deacon in the face, and after I did, I'd get ready to shoot Solomon's bounty hunters next. If he's one of us, McNeil must know the rules of the game before he started playing. And he doesn't get to quit at halftime. You of all people should know that. The church can be a powerful ally, unlike McNeil. I'm going to say the church can be a powerful ally. My character is atheistic, but I might want to exploit the church a little bit. Really think the church would ally with the likes of us? Not if we keep our heads down. Let's go make some noise. Let's get on their good side for now and worry about the rest later. Likes of you? Nah. Likes of me? Abso-fucking-lutely. Hope you know what you're doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, so this is pickable. Lockpick 2. Gain experience in a module that can be used elsewhere. Still level 1. Okay, we gained electronics experience. Electronic module. Swappable module that can bring dead machinery back to life, even if temporarily. Okay, we're not going to leave yet. Still need to do the very first quest. Talk to our friend at Whiskey Jack. Okay, we need 2 sneak to go in there. Oh, this is up here. Okay. Okay, we've got some tech to look at. Transmission substation, one of the local landmarks and a popular tourist attraction. Or at least it would be if there were any tourists. Then the transformer. An electric transformer, one intended for the future colony. It's gonna be someone else's problem one day. They discard your facades. Steal a regulator badge. Okay, we'll deal with that later. Apparently we can go in here. Talk to Zeke. Zeke is the only interactable in this room. Thick man with an unkempt beard is attempting to beat an electronic display into submission, reminding you of a bad-tempered spirit from Old Earth folklore called Bear. Right now, he's stabbing the cracked screen with one blunt finger and cursing it as it repeatedly flashes red. I tried adding new transformers to the grid, he says as you approach. It ought to work, but I think this fucking thing just doesn't like me. You don't really know anything about machines, Zeke. Thanks anyway. Figure something out. Don't we have enough power? The generator produces plenty of power, but the OS has a bunch of exotic safeguards. Every parameter and input is dictated by the big plan for the colony. So every time I try to make a change, the OS throws a fit. If we can manage to add more transformers to the grid, that'll hold us for That'll hold us for the next little while. The bigger problem is heating and air. This cargo hold was never designed to house so many people, or anyone at all if it comes down to it. Portable air purifiers keep the air more or less breathable, even if it would leave an Earthborn gasping on the floor, complaining about his rights. That's only a temporary solution. We need to fix the old purifier to set us up for good. Then there are the defenses to worry about. The bigger the town gets, the more likely the habitat will come knocking again. Anything I can do to help? If you could supply an oxidizer for the air purifier, that would take a load off my tortured mind. That the kind of thing I can pick up at the store? Sorry, I was just ruminating. The towers over to hydroponics must have one. Or at least they did at some point. Best check there first. I want to talk to him again. Out for some air. Are you still having trouble with the transformers? I think I've figured it out. You need a hard override to reset system configuration. We'll do that later. Where are you from, Zeke? Habitat. Where else? Block D4. Brotherhood of Liberty. Raises its fist in a mocking salute. Why did you come here? Seemed like a good idea at the time. It was just a camp back then. A community rather than a town, if you know what I mean. A true brotherhood. I wonder if the Brotherhood of Liberty was also like that in the beginning. When it was just a bunch of people who had enough. What's the Brotherhood like now? It resembles the ship Authority more and more with each passing day. They tell you that you're free and expect you to be grateful, but they have a funny definition of freedom. Good citizen can contribute to society, only you can't decide how to contribute. Good citizen must contribute, only you can't decide how. Your local labor management committee does. To be fair, these committees do try to do a good job of placing people. But if you don't want fucking committees telling you what to do, you better pack up and run while you still can. Think we're gonna make it to Proxima Centauri? I used to dream about it when I was a kid, Zeke says with a nostalgic smile. Played it in my head over and over. The announcement, the celebration, the landing. Green fields as far as the eye could see. How about we fix the damn generator first, and then sit and ponder the mysteries of the universe? Okay, now we're gonna help him. Are you still having trouble with transformers? Think I figured it out. You need a hard override to a reset system configuration. And we just gained electronic skill. An override module, eh? Factory is bound to have something like that. You can slip by the raiders, that is. Okay, we just gained 20 electronics experience points. You just slip past the raiders. It would be nice if this door opened. Okay. Apparently we get in from the other side. Computers 2 to hack the panel. Lockpick 3 to open it. Computer success. You managed to open the door. And we gained 40 learning points in computers. Look for anything valuable. Loot all. Protective sleeves. Work goggles. Script for parts. Gain experience in a module that can be used elsewhere. We gain some electronics experience points. Okay, so apparently that's a dead end. Anything interactable down here? Apparently not. Okay, regulators. We probably get into there from above. Or no, from within here. With a unique set of skills, with a predetermined set of skills. I don't know if I'm assembling or building. But I'm definitely not doing combat myself. Sneak 4 to go inside. Also, hey, Leadhead. I'll leave this area for later. Fuel 5, pickpocket, talk to Jack, talk to Tanner. Start first quest. Possibly. Hank. I've got a job for you, Monetary, says Tanner, gesturing for a drink. Interested? What kind of job? An easy one. Tanner pulls a plastic rectangle from a compartment inside his sleeve and slides it towards you. The card is old and worn. The color has long faded, but the raised print on the front still as clear as the day it was stamped. A2. That's Armory, Level 2, the holy grail of every scavenger on the ship. During the mutiny, the rebels looted every depot on the first level, but the automated defenses on the second stopped them dead, literally. Those same turrets have dissuaded every scavenger since. Is it real? Is it real, repeats Tanner, miming a look of disbelief. Son, if you don't have the stones for it, just say so. Don't insult me. Every scav worth his salt has been searching for this card for decades, but you're the one who found it? I have my ways. Tanner smiled, reveals stained, uneven teeth. You see, I wasn't looking for a long-lost access card, since I'm not a fool. I was looking for Technical Officer Ulysses Colton. Tanner pauses, so you can show your admiration for his savvy. Let me guess, he had the card and you alone figured it out? Not quite. I alone figured out how to find a man who changed his identity and died in obscurity nearly 100 years ago. I have a feeling you're dying to tell me. Tanner pulls a battered energy pistol from his belt bag and passes it to you. This is his sidearm. He changed his name, but he couldn't change the serial number on his gun. Once I found the serial number, the rest was easy. His granddaughter sold the pistol 20 years ago. Are you sure the card... Okay, we're going to inspect the pistol first. It's an old, rust-covered energy pistol, fastened with tape. Its plasma chamber hasn't seen any action in decades. You don't have any energy spells you can spare, I suppose. Ah, those cells are worth their weight in platinum these days. Nobody's even selling them anymore, so the supply must have all but dried out. Are you sure the card still works? I would have thought somebody would have figured out how to make them by now. Figuring it out is the easy part, Tanner says dismissively. It's making them without proper materials and tools that's the hard part. Why do you think they're making firearms again? Because it's easy. Hell, they used to make them back in the Middle Ages, revolvers and whatnot, except we use synthetic propellants. Supply, where does it come from? Mission Control. The old government complex that was destroyed during the mutiny. Stay clear of it, at least for now. Are you sure the card still works? Only one way to find out. Go see for yourself. And when you come back, we'll have a proper conversation. Alright, so here's the big question. Why me? Tanner is silent for a moment, as if deciding how honest he should be. I can't do it alone, and I don't trust anyone else. Keep the pistol. Consider it an investment in our enterprise. It's not going to be an easy trip, so take your time to get ready, you hear me? I'd feel safer if I had someone to watch my back. Do you have any idea what might be there? Whatever it is, it'll be worth a lot of money, Tanner says with certainty. We hold out for the right buyer, and we'll live like kings for the rest of our days. Take Evans. I saw him at Abe's store earlier today. The dumb bastard almost shot me. I've already talked to him. He already joined me. I'm sure you can find someone desperate enough to tag along. Okay, so we have an actual quest list now. We've completed Neighborhood Watch. We completed it before we were even told that we had it. That's to get Evans to join. And he already joined. Braxton wants me to confront Jonas. Travel to the armory outside town. Enter Depot A2. Sarah asked me to pick up some implants from Jimmy. He's in Warehouse E7 in Camptown. Convince McNeil to release the Deacon. Warehouse A3. Zeke needs spare parts for the town's air purifier. Look for the parts in hydroponics. Zeke needs an override module. Look for the module in the armory. All of this sounds reasonable. Hey, Jack. What can I get you? The bartender has spotted you looking over the assortment of unlabeled plastic gallon jugs, each with its own unappealing liquid in some shade of brown. We've got gut warmer, rat poison, high voltage, fire water, and absolution. Special on rat poison right now. Every third round is free as long as you're able to drink it. Well, rat poison it is then. We're drinking rat poison, everybody. The ship provides the basics of human survival. Recycled air, recycled water, and end tabs, recycled nutrients and minerals, pressed into chewable tablets. They taste like cardboard, but they're free. Those who desire the finer things in life, like synthetic meat with a side of algae, have to pay. Because the forefathers disapproved of drink, the ship was never configured to provide alcohol. But the law of supply and demand supersedes the dictates of religion. And everyone's favorite vice is widely available. Each bar has its own secret recipe. The wise drinker prefers to leave it a secret. The bartender gives you a nod as he sets a beaten alloy mug on the bar and fills it with a black, oily liquid. You take a careful first sip, fighting your body's instinctive rejection of the poison, and wait for the familiar warmth to spread through you. After a few moments, the world is a slightly better place. Any work around here? Well, since you asked. There's this fella owes money to just about everyone in the area. The name is Jedediah Walker, but he just goes by Jed. Balance owed is 1.2 thousand credits, including interest. You manage to collect, you'll get 250. How does that sound to you? Jed Walker? The name sounds familiar. I can tell you he runs his mouth faster than he runs up a tab, and that's saying something. Jed claims to have traveled ship from stem to stern and made deals with every type of merchant, fantastic, or fanatic and scav, known in the void. How such a world-wise entrepreneur ended up living in a rusted-out container furnished with discarded packing materials, mystery to me. But I just serve liquor. Never claimed to be one of the big brains around here. Where can I find him? Ask around in Camptown. Start with the local bars. Okay. Trying to find Jed. Hey, mysterious dude. Let's see if we can put some antlers on Bulbasaur. Okay, now he's simultaneously Christmas and Halloween themed. Perfect. Fuck the habitat, fuck Earth. Okay, apparently we can go through here. these are advertisements. Quality guns. Quality pipe guns. Gain experience in a module that can be used elsewhere. Monetary's electronic skill increased to 5. Use the elevator. We'll deal with that later. Talk to Caleb, pickpockets, talk to guard, talk to guard. And then get back in here. Talk to doorman, guard. Okay, so there's Jonas. This whole confront Jonas thing is probably activated from here. I'm gonna leave that for now. Honest Abe's General Store. Church of the Elect. I think I've been to most places. I don't want to go to Camptown yet. And we're gonna do this area next. Hey, guard. Monetary? Captain Braxton said you might stop by. Okay, we need sneak 4 to get in here, but once we're in here, we can steal a regulator badge. Anything interactable in here? Apparently not. Okay, so he's letting me through. Okay, here's Braxton. Is it even possible to get to there? No, there's a wall in the way. Literally an invisible wall. Hi, regulator. What are you looking at? Do I know you? Okay, is there like an elevator? This game is not at all clear. Like, horribly unclear with regards to what the boundaries of the play area are. Target is out of reach. Well, why can't I open this door? Speak, Braxton says, as if granting you permission. And the only thing I can do is leave. Okay, so for whatever reason, we're not able to get into here. For whatever reason, we can't open this door either. I guess that would make too much sense. Okay, let's go to the Promised Land. Let's see if we can avoid starting a fight. I'm leaning supporting Braxton over Jonas. Welcome to the Promised Land, says the bartender, pouring you a fluorescent drink. He spills a few drops on the counter, and they shimmer and gleam in the light, dissolving the paint and etching the metal. First round's on the house. Been here long? Too long, if you ask me. Maybe it's time to head back to the habitat. What's it like, the habitat? Different things to different people. If you think the mission is more important than everything else, you'd feel right at home in the Protectorate. And their shenanigans won't bother you none. Hell, you might even be leading that parade. But if freedoms you crave above all else, and you won't find a finer place than the old pit. Why you think of moving back? Too much freedom. The bartender grins slyly. Truth to be told, I wouldn't mind some stability, and if I have to join a club to enjoy it, then so be it. Hey, doorman. Mr. Redford is expecting you. What do you want? Hi, Samuel. That you, Monetary? Haven't seen you in a while, says Samuel, smiling to put you at ease. He's been with Jonas ever since he was a kid. Fast in the draw and eager to prove it. Now he's Jonas's right-hand man and enforcer. More feared than liked. Too busy scrapping a living. You know how it is. It's hard all over, nods Samuel. The infighting the habitat doesn't make it any easier. Why are they still fighting? Because it will only end one way. Winner takes all. Mutineers had their chance, but they blew it. So now we have 3 deeply entrenched factions. Too weak to win, too strong to lose. When was the last time you've been there? 8 years ago or so, I tried to make a deal with the church, but it went south fast. Jonas said they might be the lesser of 3 evils. An ally that could shield us from the other 2, but won't try to take over. They offered us the opposite. The church would extend its domain over the pit and rule us from afar, which neither our protectors nor the Brotherhood would ignore. Alright, guess we're talking to Jonas. For a scavenger, Jonas Redford was more successful and more ambitious than most. In order to facilitate more efficient runs into the mission control ruins, Jonas set up a base camp in cargo hold number 3, right next to the action. Such a good idea couldn't remain secret for long, and his fellow scavengers soon began pitching their tents nearby. Its increasing popularity, the camp attracted a growing crowd of traders, whores, and other hangers-on, and people began to see it as a rugged alternative to the habitat. Promised safety, but instead but insisted on submission in exchange. At some point, Jonas realized that more money was waiting to be made right here in the pit, as it had come to be called, than out in the wasteland. He opened the Promised Land, the finest and only whorehouse in town, and settled into the role as the de facto mayor of this frontier town. "You've got some nerve, Monetary," says Jonas, putting down his glass. "I know why you're here, so say your words and get out." So we kind of have to decide between Braxton and Jonas. I'd like to hear your side of the story first. I'm leaning choosing Braxton. You know, the only reason you're still breathing is because Braxton expects me to kill you, and I'm not going to do this bastard any favors. But if you think I'm going to explain myself to you, think again. Your men would have killed Abe if I didn't step in. Why would Braxton want to kill me? Because in his little play, I'm the tyrant and he's the liberator. If I stick to his script and put a bullet in your head, he won't have to work hard convincing folks to side with him. Are you saying he played me? Of course he did. I'm guessing you're here because Braxton suggested it, which means he wanted you to warn me. I think I see where he's going with that. So tell me, Monetary, are you still with Braxton, or are you having second thoughts? I'm with you, of course. I can use Streetwise. I'd be geared up for war already if I could afford it. We can ask for cash, or we can just admit that we're with Braxton. Braxton is the man this town needs right now. All right. Now is Jonas seemingly unconcerned if that's how you want to play it. Leave while you can. Let's try that again. This time I'm going to say, your men would have killed Abe if I didn't step in. Says who? Asks Jonas, waving away. As far as I know, they were gunned down after they left the store. Your new friend Braxton killed them in cold blood, and you know it. You weren't there. That kid was a second away from pulling the trigger. Now that's interesting, says Jonas, squinting at you. I sent 2 men to force Abe to pay what he owed for hiring the regulators. One man was in his 50s, the other was about 45. Which one would you call the kid? I know what I saw. What did you see? 2 men who claimed to be working for me? You know, I gotta hand it to Braxton. The man knows how to put on a show. What are you saying? Saying Braxton played you like a fiddle. Guessing you're here because Braxton suggested it? Oh, yeah. Yeah, apparently... So at least there is an optional, disk drive accessory. So later they're going to make a $900 version that includes the disk drive. They should call it the PS5 Pro Ti. So, I think it's good for them to put the price really high for that. Because the kind of people who are going to buy it are going to buy it no matter what the price is. If you're not, like, you're either going to buy it and you already have a PS5 and you're adding a PS5 Pro to your PS5 collection. Well, okay, I think by now, everybody who cares about PS5 games already has a PS5. The only thing that the PS5 Pro does is make PS5 base models less expensive on the used market. So in that sense, it's good. Okay, so I'm gonna see what we get from this. I'm with you, of course. I'd be geared up for war already if I could afford it. Jonas gives you a hard stare but reads nothing, for the most genuine fake desire to serve. There's 300 there, throwing you a credit drive. Better be armed to the teeth next time I see you. What do you want me to do? You're gonna help us take out the regulators. I feel like it doesn't matter who I side with. You're gonna help us take out the regulators, he says, as if resigned to an unpleasant chore that's been let slide too long. They outnumber us, but a certain pile of gear will even the odds. Ever heard of a brainwave disruptor? A grenade? I've never seen one, but I heard it messes with your brain. That it does. It's an anti-riot grenade, Earth-made. Scrambles your brain, and makes you forget what you're doing, and just stand there, taking in the air. Braxton will be watching my boys like a hawk, but since you're an unknown, you can fetch it. Well, Sam, as it is enforcer, runs interference. Where am I going to find this thing? Good question. Earth-made relics aren't exactly common these days, but I bet Cole can point you in the right direction. He sells all kinds of scrap, most of it shipmate, of course. But he also keeps track of who has what. Visit Cole's gadget store. This game's spooky. It's like Shadowrun in space, but without magic. I think. But it was recent. It's just released. It's a new game. And I'm still getting the hang of the controls and stuff. We are in the tutorial area right now. My character is a charisma and intelligence-based talker. What can I do for you, friend? I need a brainwave disruptor. Cole stops stacking and unstacking a pile of loose microchips, then looks at you with real interest. Earth-made relics? Pretty dear these days, especially anti-riot gear. The ship authority shot their whole load at the mutineers. You have one or not? Yes and no, says Cole. Reaching below the counter, he produces a small metal globe, the outside of which is covered in intricate designs, suggesting a circuit diagram. Twisting it open reveals a hollow space in the center of the densely packed electronic innards. It needs a new core. I don't have one in stock, but I know someone who does. Feel like I've heard that story before. The only place to get a replacement core is the factory. Easy pickings there were gone before you were born. I happen to come into some information. Knowing precisely where they could be located, I sent a man to fetch them for me. He goes by the name Isaiah Davis. But the son of a bitch is smarter than I thought. He got the cores using my tip, but refuses to sell them to me. Cole starts scrubbing at the lens of his left eye with a tiny cloth, waiting for you to figure out what he's asking you to do. So you want me to... I want my 3 cores. Bring them to me, and the disruptor is yours. And don't tell me how you obtain them, because I don't care. Can I ask you something else? Okay. Acquire disruptor cores, any means necessary. Okay, now that I've got a surplus of money, I kind of feel like paying to learn... Okay, we haven't been in this area at all yet. I might buy the lockpicking, knowledge. It looks like we're only gonna have the one guy. Or we can have Evans. Okay, my guess is that we're gonna have Evans for a long time. Too early to say, Expanse. It's way, way, way too early to tell. I'm only 3 hours in. I would guess that by the time I'm done, I would probably recommend it. But that's a guess. Unless you're talking about... If you're asking about FF7, then absolutely, I recommend FF7. It's a really, really good game. I'm probably gonna train Evans in lockpick. Examine the door. A couple of local junkies are loitering near the entrance to the alley, probably waiting for their next victim. Approach. We're gonna die. Whoa, says one of the junkies. Look at you strolling like you own this place. Shakes his head. It's our territory. You got to pay me first, and then you can be on your way. All businesslike, see? Do I look like an easy mark to you, you dumb fuck? Success. I was just playing. It's all good, man, says the junkie, taking a step back as a precaution. Your party gains experience. Wait for them to leave. Okay, there's another thing that we can open with good lockpicking. Okay, Evans is now level 2. Me and Evans are both level 2. Feats. Add. Okay, so we get more feats as we level up, apparently. Oh, okay. So these are taggable skills. And then Evans can also pick a... Okay, so I'm gonna make a save. Level 2 experiment. Okay, so I can take a feat. This is my list, and this is for my main character. Also 4 AP to movement, initiative +4. Okay, for each level, critical chance +1, critical damage +4. Halves AP cost of reload, lockpick, belt and inventory actions, initiative +4. Party, Captain. Party members only. Accuracy +8, reaction +20, critical chance +6. That's probably what we take. Make our party... So, when we do combat, my other party members are going to be doing basically everything, because I am extremely squishy and worthless. Max implants +1. +1 tag skill. Plus 20% extra experience works retroactively. That's nice. Okay, so we will be able to eventually, like, tag computers if we want. We don't have to choose between electronics and computers. We can do both. Master Trader. Auto success in haggling checks. Unique deals. 25% discount when buying. +1 initial disposition. That sounds good. Skill Monkey. Skill gain on science and stealth skills increased by 35%. Works retroactively. That's awesome. I'll take that eventually. Okay, I don't need to pick my feet yet. So the next, when I have actual combat, that's when I'll probably decide between taking Captain or something else. But basically, what's good seem to be Captain, Educated, and Skill Monkey. For now, we just have Cult Leader. Okay, so Evans... has the ability to tag a skill, which makes the skill 2 levels higher. So we could tag Steel or Lockpick. His feats available to pick are going to be different because his stats are different. Okay, I'm gonna hold on to everything for now. I'm gonna talk to this guy and see if I can get Evan, lockpicking. We have extra money. Actually, let's save and see if I can teach lockpicking to both Evan and the main character. I can show you the basics, the rest is up to you. See that lock over there? You have time for another lesson? Okay, so we can train multiple characters. Okay, somewhere there was a screen where we could designate what party member had what party management P. Okay. Lockpick is designated Evans now. Actually, I think it might be better to give it to monetary. Okay, he's Dex 8. Yeah, I'm gonna train monetary instead. Pick the lock. Damaged energy pistol. Evans, are you wearing boots? Yeah, you are. Okay, I've got ordinary boots versus worker boots. Worker boots are way better. Okay, camp knife is way better than rusty camp knife. So do I have more than one bolter? Apparently. Hyperjack, multi-barreled pistol. Okay, so there are a few other things that we can unlock now. There was this place up here. You picked the lock. You gained 20 learning points in lockpick. A woman is half asleep in an old, worn-out chair. Half-empty bottle of whiskey on a makeshift table in front of her. When you take another step, she opens one eye and glances at you. "Lord giveth," sighs the woman reluctantly, and reluctantly opens the other eye, forcing herself awake. "How would you like to make 500 credits for 5 minutes of work?" "Why me?" "Passed 2 tests," says the woman. "First, you picked the lock on my door. To be fair, the lock is shite, but it still takes some skill. Second, you clearly have a certain moral flexibility, or otherwise you wouldn't be here. What do you want me to steal?" "A key." "How else are we going to get in?" "Why steal a key when you can pick the lock?" Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Just because you can pick this lock doesn't mean you can pick any lock. Some locks are way too tricky. Others are hardly locks at all, at least not in the conventional sense. "Why do you need me?" "He knows me, so he'd be on guard. That's why I need you." "Who's this mysterious he?" "His name's Samson. Ex-military by the looks of him. He favors the engine fuel bar in Camptown, but he's awfully tight-lipped even when drunk. My guess is he came into some money, not entirely legal, and decided to disappear. Can't find a better place than the pit, eh? He keeps a low profile and rents a cheap room, but it's all an act. I saw him skulking around the outskirts one day and I followed him. He led me straight to his stash. It's locked tighter than a steel drum." "So how do I steal his key?" "Easy, let me show you. You gain some insights into the questionable art of picking pockets and petty theft." "How about some lessons? I can pay. There'll be plenty of time for that later." Okay, we just learned how to steal. That's nice. Our lockpick is level 3, our steal is level 3. Good deal. Okay, so we should be able to steal this now. Distract Sarah and steal some meds. Steal success. You deftly swipe the med kit. We gained 4 med kits and 40 learning points in steal. Good deal. I have no morals whatsoever. Okay, let's steal from Honest Abe. Grab some ammo. Make the 45 ammo disappear. Make the 9mm ammo disappear. Perfect. Anything else I can rob? Welcome to Abe's. Everything's on sale. This very special sale day. You say that every day. Can't help it. Every day is a very special sale day. Sign even work? You're the only one who's complaining. Maybe I should charge you extra. Okay, we're probably going to have to buy a rope and respirators later. Anything else I can steal? We need steel 4 to pickpocket this person. You can find Samson in the engine fuel bar in Camptown. Steal 4 to pickpocket. Okay, so the only other place to go... Okay, haven't fully explored this area yet. And there's more stuff that we can lockpick here. You picked the lock, check for anything valuable. We have a truncheon hammer. Fashioned from 4 steel bars, this medieval classic has a spectacular comeback, since neither steel bars nor the skills required to weld them together are in short supply. Has made a spectacular comeback. Okay, so there's a blunt. Okay, take everything. We also got medkits. 20 learning points in lockpick. Portable heater to shield the future colonists from cold. Turns out it works just as well as a cold cargo hold. Just as well in a cold cargo hold. Okay. Steal 6 to pickpocket this guy. Talk to the food vendor. As you approach, the woman turns on her makeshift grill, a metal plate resting on 2 crates above a simple burner. "What can I get you?" she asks. One look at the unappetizing mess of recycled protein sitting on the grill is all it takes to dissuade you from the special. He points at a vat of some kind of tear-inducing steam seeping out from around the edges. Today only, $3.50 for a fried New Yorker. A New Yorker? He opens the vat and fishes out a chunk of gelatinous flesh. Look at this beauty. I boil it in vinegar to remove the slime and toxins. You want it well done or medium? Maybe later. A fried New Yorker. That's probably an actual person from New York who has been fried. Now we know what we can do with New Yorkers. Okay, we can't get in there until we have sneak level 2. Camptown is that way. We've already explored that room. Zeke wants me to go find some stuff. We don't have enough sneak to get in there. Okay. I'm gonna go to the elevator first. This is probably not where we're supposed to go. But it's a place that we can go. Okay, so we can fast travel to a lot of different places, apparently. Just making sure that we've been to all of the places. We've been to Main Street, but not Camp Town. Hydroponics. Once tasked with adapting Terran plants and grasses to the alien environment of Proxima Centauri, hydroponics was abandoned during the mutiny. Quickly overwhelmed by out-of-control mutant vegetation, it more closely resembles a deep jungle than a research complex. In addition to the abnormal plants, the oversized pest control species, bioengineered to safeguard colonies' farmlands, are also on hand to punish the careless. Mission Control. The century-old wreckage of the Ship Authority government complex that once controlled every aspect of life on the ship. Now scavengers infest this ancient seat of power, a grim reminder that nothing lasts. The Armory. Among the stars, the children of Earth wish most of all for peace. Nevertheless, the wise prepare for every eventuality. We should not survive long without the means to protect our territory and interests, with violence if every other method is exhausted. To that end, the ship launched a wide assortment of peacekeeping weapons and armaments, most of it looted and spent during the mutiny, to travel, and the 100 lesser skirmishes that followed. Okay, so I don't know where we are now. But let's explore it. Okay, apparently this is an invisible wall. Nothing interactable. Electronics 2 to fix the control panel. Fix the control panel. Electronics 2 to open it. This one's already opened. You picked the lock. Leave the area. Okay, this is probably dangerous. Okay. Leaving the area brings up fast travel. So you can basically just teleport anywhere, for the most part, apparently. Okay, I guess we're going to Camp Town. Save file's name is Camp Town, I guess. So that we're still in the same area. Okay, there's just more stuff over here. All that's left of a turret that defended Main Street from an angry mob during last year's riots. Dead turret, the ammo drum is empty. And the targeting module is missing. Hey, guard. Guard doesn't want to talk to me. 8 medkits, 25 shotgun shells, 25 rounds of 45 ammo. Thank you. Stripped for parts. Gain experience and a module that can be used elsewhere. Fuck Earth. I agree. Old Earth Emporium. How's it going in here? Fancy looking place. Let's talk to the proprietor. Welcome to the Old Earth Emporium. The proprietor is so excited, you almost can't tell it's a pitch. Where do you want to go, my friend? You want to walk the streets of ancient Rome? Sail the 7 seas before they went toxic? Save Earth from brain-eating alien invaders? Let's get to the part where you tell me what you're selling. Movies, he says, just like the olden times. What you're looking at here is a fully immersive simulation. Puts you smack dab in the middle of the action. Back before the mutiny, the Magic Box was a training simulator used to upload skill sets into a person's melon. Achieve in minutes would take decades to learn in the real world. Now imagine what this level of tech can do for modern entertainment. Forget about everything else you've seen before and done. I'm talking about the best damned experience of your entire life. Wait, so you're telling me you have a machine that can load skills into people's minds and software? Like software into a computer? It sure can, if you have the authorization token. The proprietor replies dryly. He's plainly frustrated by how insistently you're missing the point. Do you have such a thing? No, you don't. So why not take a load off and enjoy some of Earth's finest films instead? Hold on, tell me more about these tokens. Well, the ship authority kept a pretty tight fist around him, as I understand it. They didn't want just anybody to take a ride and come out a super soldier or nuclear engineer. I think Mutiny showed that they were pretty much bang on the money there. So you need one of them thingies to access the fancy cognition protocols. The token routes the request from the central computer and pop, out comes another productive member of society. Where does one get these tokens? Other than filling out a form in triplicate with the ship authority? No place. I mean, maybe there are some laying around here and there. But how bored would you have to be to go looking? As bored as I am right now. Don't answer that, because I've already got the cure. How about a nice World War IV flick? What about the crew of a damaged hunter-killer, forced to land in a pacification zone? It's about the crew of a damaged hunter-killer forced to land in a pacification zone. Classic of the genre, non-stop action. You've gotta love it. How many world wars did they have? 5? Probably 6 or 7 by now. No reason to stop when you've got a good thing going, right? Which one was WW4? The African War. The Nigerian Confederacy versus the Empire of the Congo. The Nigerians were subjugating their neighbors and calling it a confederation, while the Congolese were busy expanding their borders in all directions. It didn't take long for their interests to clash. Not surprisingly, China and Europe backed Nigeria, their biggest trading partner. The Pan-American Protectorate and the Caliphate sided with the Congo, probably to spite the European Federation take them down a notch. The rest, as they say, is history. Did we win? Well, after 3 years of fighting, everybody said they won. The enemy got to keep the North. Most of it was razed anyway, but we did liberate the South. What was Earth like before we left? The Founding Fathers called it Sodom and Gomorrah. I wonder if they'd called what they'd call this little slice of heaven, says the proprietor, gesturing around him. You think things were better before the mutiny? Compared to all this, hard to imagine worse, says the proprietor, scratching the back of his head. Of course, if you listen to the Brotherhood, the ship was nothing but a floating prison before the mutiny. If you listen to the Protectors, it was paradise lost. But the truth's gotta be somewhere in between. Not that it matters now. What's the Church say? The Church? They blame the ship authority for the collapse and the mutineers for plunging the ship into chaos, which puts them at odds with the Brotherhood and the Protectors. The Chaplain General says that had the Church been in charge, none of that would have happened. I have a feeling he's talking about his plans for the future, not the past. Remind me what you're selling here? What kind of movies? Okay, so we don't get to actually watch these movies. We just get to learn about World War IV. Manpower, staffing solutions. What can I do you for? Manny leans forward and puts on the smile he keeps for clients. Always a pleasure. It feels like he should be able to sell me NPCs. Synthetic meat, 200 flavors. Show me a man of taste, and I'll show you someone who's sick of ingesting end tabs, says the meat man excitedly. He gestures you closer. What am I selling, you ask? Real synthetic meat paste infused with old world flavors, not seen since planet Earth. What could you say to a salty New Yorker? Or a tomatoey marinara red? What about spring mix? Yeah, you look like a spring mix man for sure. Sell meat that tastes like spring mix? My friend, we do it all. Salesman squeezes an oily, colorless substance out of a grubby tube and rubs it between his fingers. You see what I'm saying? 60% organic. Eat it raw or stir-fry it, Earth style. It's the closest you'll ever get to eating a real buffalo. But the actual Earth animal never tasted half this good. Why? Because even the ancients didn't have our flavor infusion technology. Plucking up another unmarked tube, he squeezes a cyan-colored glob into a plastic cup. The Danish blue melts in your mouth. I gotta warn you, though. Close your eyes and you might think you're sitting under a tree by a river of water someplace, eating a blue Danish thing, whatever that is. How exactly does one make synthetic meat? Our starter cells come from fungal protein, a side benefit of the fungus infestation in hydroponics. We grow the cells in a protein-rich serum decanted from the biorecyclers, which incidentally reduces the load on the ship's recycling systems, while providing a steady supply of delicious, nutritious meat paste. Win-win. The biorecyclers are where the dead bodies get dumped. The key word is recycled, smiles the salesman. Let's not dwell on what goes in. What matters is what comes out. Mostly purified organic compost chock full of nutrients and minerals. I mean, where do you think end tabs come from? Alright, that's it. I agree. I'm taking the buffalo-flavored meat paste. Jobs must own a gun. You know how to handle firearms? The proprietor asks. Apparently not a man for pleasantries. I know how to solve problems if that's what you're asking. I don't need a gun to do that. Excellent, he replies without any enthusiasm. You're hired. Hired for what? Why do you think somebody hires a gun hand? Either because he expects trouble, or is planning to stir some up. Pay is 100 credits on completion, nothing up front. Are we in business, or aren't we? We are. All right, proprietor says approvingly. Client is a fellow by the name of Trevor Chauncey, known around these parts as Chance. He's got a meetup set up with the Granger boys, sell some kind of doohickey, and he's worried things might get dicey. If they do, you'll get to stand between him and a hail of bullets. Why is he worried? Probably trying to get swift and sell them some junk, gussied up like valuable tech. If I'm right, and they see through his bullshit, he'll have a problem on his hands. And since he's the client, his problems are your problems. You good? Yes. You can find Chance in the nearby bar. Doubles as his office. Tell him Earl sent you. Okay, we got another quest. We have, like, 9 quests currently. It's a lot of quests. Steal 2 to grab some ammo. Steal success, you make the shells disappear. Welcome to Hit and Kill, says the storekeeper, giving you a quick appraising look. Carry high-end merchandise for the discerning customer. Like you, he adds. You have anything special? Special goods, I sell them as fast as they come in. Kept these goggles for myself, though. Since I don't have Master Trader, I don't have that option available. Too bad. Pepper box, multi-barreled pistol. Double trouble, double-barrel shotgun. At some point, I should start selling my garbage. Need money? Come see Earl. Okay, I'm gonna keep exploring along the right wall first. Engine fuel. Talk to Samson. Okay, so we're supposed to steal this guy's key. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Seems like a good time to run an ad also. See you guys soon. I'm gonna run an ad, go to the bathroom, and refill Mountain Lightning. And we'll see what we can do about stealing this guy's key. Okay, we'll talk to him later. Okay, bartender first. Haven't seen you here before, says the bartender. Sets a beaten alloy mug on the bar, fills it with a black, oily liquid. Let's drink. You take a careful first sip, fighting your body's instinctive rejection of poison. You wait for the familiar warmth to spread through you. After a few moments, the world is a slightly better place. Okay, so that's nothing. What are you looking at? The fuck you looking at? What do you want? Okay, this is apparently a dead end. Isaiah Davis. Isaiah Davis sways on his feet, as if fighting a strong wind. Started celebrating his latest scavenging run in the factory a couple of days ago. It hasn't quite finished. He stares at you for a full minute, perhaps trying to sort out reality from hallucination. You need a drink, he slurs, finally. After nodding to himself a couple of times, he reaches for a plastic jar, half full of a dark, bubbly liquid. So we need to get a brainwave disruptor core from him. His position is 3. I'm going to accept the bubbly liquid. By sipping cautiously, you accidentally expose your taste buds, the horror within the plastic jar. Whole body recoils, and you double over in a coughing fit. Tears streaming down your cheeks. Isaiah shakes his head in disappointment and downs his own drink in one gulp. I think that's because my constitution score is bad. I'm looking for a rare piece of gear. Brainwave disruptor cores. I hear you have some. Do I? As if the truth of this is a mystery to him. We can try to just kill him right now. Fork them over, now. Calm down a minute. I don't keep them in my pockets. Isaiah walks unsteadily to a strong box on the shelf behind him, presses hands on top of it as if trying to remember what he's doing, then reaches to a different shelf underneath, and turns to you with a rusty-looking shotgun. The barrel is dipping and weaving drunkenly, but at this range it's hard to see how even a blind man could miss. Okay, we're not gonna do a combat. Let's try that again. Okay, we're not gonna drink it. I can give you a good price. I don't think you can. Isaiah shakes his head mournfully. These cores are priceless. You can't get them anyplace. How can you put a price on something priceless? Answer me that. Yeah, maybe they're priceless. If they even work. Isaiah stares leerily at nothing while he connects the dots. What do you mean? The cores are good. Cole said they glow when they're powered, and these ones glow just fine. Alright, they glow. That's a start. What color do they glow? Blue, says Isaiah with renewed confidence. He pours himself another drink. Blue? When they're fully charged, they glow red. It's a warning to handle them with care. Blue means they're currently safe to handle, which means... Yeah, we're gonna fast talk our way through this. I know, I know. He snaps as if his imaginary fortune evaporates in front of him. I know what it means. God damn it, you're a real downer to have around, you know. Listen, it sounds like you got a bum lead, but I can help you out. I'll give you 50 credits for these 3 dead cores. Disposition is 16 out of 10. You do that for me? He asks in disbelief. I guess the ship isn't such a shithole after all, and you've got friends. Okay, that helped my persuasion, streetwise, and impersonate. Pay the man. Thank you, friend, Isaiah says tearfully and hands you the cores. Party gains experience. Okay, that worked really well. I'll deal with Samson later. I kind of want to just, like, explore the area a bit more. Mercy's Fort is added to your map. "20 years ago, a firebrand preacher purchased this lot with the dream of building a cathedral, a beacon of light in the spiritual darkness of the pit. Being the entrepreneurial sort, Mercy made a few tweaks to his father's plan. She put together a fighting crew and transformed the half-built church into an impregnable fort for her gang. May the Lord have mercy on your soul." Is Mercy expecting you? Okay, let's do Samson. Samson gives you a sharp look when you move next to him, clearly fighting the urge to tell you to piss off. Order a drink to put him at ease. Seeing that you're just another customer, Samson relaxes and switches his attention to one of the serving girls. Steel level 3, work your magic. Spill your drink on Samson, causing a commotion and making his key disappear. Easy enough. We now have steel level 4. That actually means that we can... There's some people that we can pickpocket now that we couldn't before. Oh, and this. Distract the storekeeper and grab a grenade. Deal success. We have a standard gas grenade. Way back by the beginning, there were some drunk people that we could only pickpocket if we had steel level 4. And now that we have steel level 4, let's do it. Yeah, steel 4, pick the pockets. You gain a cheap drive with 82 credits. Fuck yeah. So I should probably start making a list of where there are skill checks. There was one door that's like sneak level 2. Inside one of these bars, there was also somebody that we could pickpocket. Yeah, here. 97 credits. My character has no morals whatsoever. If it's not bolted down, it's mine. We've already stolen everything we can from Honest Abe. I think those are the only two. So, once I have sneak level 2, I can get in here. And... somewhere else, there was another place where I needed sneak. I think in here, there was a door that needed sneak. Talk to Chance. Chance wanted to hire protection. He got me instead. Steal 4. 76 credits. Welcome to Booney's Moonshine, says the bartender. What can I get you? I'm looking for... Okay, any work around here? First, must be your lucky day. My algae shipment is 3 days late. My customers are complaining. Fetch it for me, and I'll pay 1,000 credits. Why do you need algae? Beats the end tabs or synthetic meat. It's choke full of protein, vitamins, and minerals. All natural, mind you. None of that plastic shit. 1,000 credits for a delivery job? 1,000 credits for a shipment of algae, says Boone, correcting you. I pay Carlos 900 per case, but I'm willing to throw an extra 100 for delivery. If you can get a better price from Carlos, that's between you and him. Where can I find this Carlos? Over at Hydroponics. Where else? I hope you don't mind a bit of traveling to expand your horizons. I'm looking for Jed Walker. Jed's a bit of a wanderer, but last I heard he was staying at the new housing block down the street. Can't miss it. Rectangular design, olive green and rust trim. Forest Muse, I think it's called. Alright, Chance. Do I know you? The man stares in your general direction, his pupils so dilated. It's like looking in 2 bottomless holes. Earl told me I could find you here. Okay, yeah, good. You know what the job is, right? Asks Chance, looking anything but confident. If things go smoothly, I make a deal and you get paid for doing nothing. That's what I'm hoping for, of course. But if the Grangers turn weasel on us, we need to stand up and fast. Remember this. If I don't get paid, you don't get paid. What's the nature of this deal, exactly? The Grangers want a control module for one of their towers. I happen to have an extra one I don't need. That's it. I need time to gear up. Actually, let's just load. We'll talk to him later. Fuck the habitat. Fuck Earth. can we get up here? Kind of. Forest Muse. Okay, look for Jed at Forest Muse. Quick save. A dark-skinned man in his 40s is reclining on the two back legs of a one-piece, injection-molded plastic chair. He's balancing a double-barreled shotgun on his knee, and it's pointed in your direction. Unlike the other junk strewn about, unlike his home itself, the shotgun is well looked after. "Fuck do you want?" he asks, raising the bore of his weapon a little less than an inch. You owe 1,200 credits? Or we can kill him before he kills us. You owe 1,200 credits. What about it? Says Jed. He's obviously annoyed, but since he's already aiming a shotgun at your head, isn't sure how to express it. I'm here to collect. Son, take a quick look around. Anything here you can shift for 1,200 credits, it's all yours. A shotgun like this, you shouldn't have any trouble raising money. Or we can go the persuasion route. Look, I'm not here to give you a hard time. I'd like to help you square away your debt. But if I go back empty-handed, as soon as you fall asleep, 4 hard boys are going to come around, close the account for good. I'm going to go persuasion. Look, sighs Jed, I don't have the money, but if you really want to help me, I know a way to clear 2 grand a minimum. But I can't do it alone. I'm listening. Ever heard of Black Will? His parents named him What God Will, but shortened it to Will. A little later, some other folks tracked down the rest, and they saw what kind of man he was. I heard he was somewhere in the factory. Yeah, he was. The Black Will wore out his welcome, and right now he's laying low, conveniently close by. There are 2 more with him. At least half as black as Will. But if you back me up, me and you can do this town a favor and settle my debt, all for an afternoon's work. What do you say? I'd say there's a good chance we'd end up dead ourselves. Is there a way to settle your debt without people trying to kill us? Not a chance. The place he's holding is too small, and you can forget about sneaking in. You said he's laying low now? He might consider a charitable donation if Johnny Law were to pay him a visit. And if he sees through your bullshit, you're as good as dead, says Jed, looking at you skeptically. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. You best get ready, Ben. I'll wait for you right here. Okay. Ready to go? Or do you need a shower first? As ready as I'll ever be. Follow Jed to a shoddily assembled warehouse. 4 containers welded together, the inner walls cut away to form a bigger interior. Like a magic trick, he produces an access card and swipes it through the magnetic lock. How do you want to play it? Never underestimate the power of persuasion. Shaking his head at this foolishness, Jed focuses his attention on the shotgun. Go through the door. Jed? You show up here, you best brought me what I asked for, says a heavy-set bearded man, registering more than one person at the door. He scrambles to draw his gun. You backstabbing bastard. Okay, our only real option is impersonate. I wouldn't advise that, friend. Captain Braxton doesn't take attacks on the regulators kindly, especially when he's offering the hand of friendship. I don't need his friendship, spits Black Will. He does lower his gun, indicating the opposite. Okay, we can go persuasion or streetwise. Oh, but you do? If you want to stay in this town, that is. Of course, you can always go back to the factory. But I hear you are a wanted man there. Would you rather be his enemy? I have 2 squads standing ready for such eventuality. Just say the word. I'm going persuasion. This friendship, what's it gonna cost me? Asks Will, gritting his teeth. You catch on fast, friend. 1,000 a month ought to do it. 1 month in advance? That's 2 grand you owe us. But I don't have that kind of money. Even if I did... Our options are, you really think you have a choice, you dumb fuck? The only reason you're still breathing is because you're worth more alive than dead. God help you if that's not the case. Or, how disappointing. Well, Captain Braxton might be willing to help a man down in his luck, provided he can pay his bills. He won't tolerate a penniless troublemaker. I want to work on my impersonate. Fucking bastards, says Will, throwing you his credit drive. A bit shy of 1,200, that's all I have. Take it or leave it, your party gains experience. Fine, let's call it a new customer special. Have yourself a great day. Transfer the creds to your drive and leave. I assume our business is concluded. Yes. Consider your debt fully discharged. I like the way you handled yourself, says Jed, giving you an appraising look. I've got another debt needs settling, but it'll require some extra manpower. You get the feeling this debt is about something other than money. Another local job? No, it's in the shanties, clustered up against the engines. They call it the heart. A good way to remind folks that the reactor is the ship's heart, and it's the mutants that keep it beating. My ex-partner runs a trading post there. He'll have a small army with him, lest he's gone broke or soft. But as usually the case, the profit is proportionate to the risk. Okay, he can join the party. If we make it that far, you can definitely count on me. In the meantime, I can use your help with some unfinished business. Think I can free up some time for you too? Fuck yeah, we got a new party member. Jed is level 4. LFG. Or more like LFJ, let's fucking Jed. Okay, Jed is more of a melee character. Which is fine. So, Evans is my ranged damage dealer. How much HP does Jed have? He's Constitution 8. Your bond with Jed grows stronger. Jed is now content. Okay, we've got people to return to. Okay, Jed has 50 HP. So does Evans. Double trouble, double-barreled shotgun. so we have people to return to close out their quests. Let's do some of those. Pickpocket, return to Gia. Her apartment is in the Main Street district, left of the entrance to Camptown. Bring the disruptor cores to Cole. And then Jack. Where's Jack? Your business is concluded. Whiskey Jack, Prominent Bar, Main Street District. Now let's finish exploring. We're almost done here, I think. Okay, this might not require a sneak check. Window looks inviting. Okay. Okay, we'll do that later. We'll attempt that later. That's the whole, rescue the captive person. And help the church thing. Talk to guard. You lost? Sarah sent me. Scav looks you over one more time. Steps aside without comment. Why the high security? Too many crews out looking for an easy score these days. We like to shift our merch quickly and quietly. Less trouble that way. The so-called merch consists of 3 desiccated heads fixed to crude stands, with their withered expressions frozen forever in the rictus of their dying moments more than a century ago. Whether they were mutineers or security officers in their day, they stand united now. All 3 heads sport ocular and neural uplink implants, a rich haul, even if half the implants are fried. This one's a sergeant, I think. The scav points at the dented metal knob embedded in the left temple. Squad leader. Maybe even TAC team if we're lucky. Examine the merchandise using my biotech skill. Well, you would need to extract the implants and run some tests to see if they're still functioning. Other signs show problems with the tech. Superficial burns indicating a power surge. Bone loss around the devices. And scar tissue indicating frequent access for repair. The data jack on the leftmost head is fried, but the ocular seems fine, whereas the ocular on the head to the right has been repaired multiple times. Not a good sign. The data jack looks functional. Of the 3, the Sarge is in the best shape, while the ocular was apparently destroyed by a plasma fire. Squad leader and data jack show little wear and tear. Looks like this newly promoted soldier barely had time to enjoy his upgrades. Sarah said you had something for her. I owe her 500 credits, so the standard package should cover it. Says the scav, pointing at the heads with the standard gear. What about the squad leader? Sorry, friend, gear that rare never stays put for long. Got a buyer on the way here as we speak. As if on cue, the door slides open and a fully armored, heavy-set man strides into the warehouse. He's trailed by a couple of flunkies. Hired, you're guessing. The squawk if anyone comes up on his 6. The big man pauses for a moment like a predator sniffing the air and glances into every corner of the room. When his eyes land on you, he waits until his goggles get a read on you, then frowns. Clearly, this is a man who doesn't like surprises. Which one is mine? He nods at the grotesque heads.
It's a gas mask bomb. God, he was so smart.
Happy 420. It's approximately 4:20 p.m. U.S. Eastern. Thank you, Turtle. So, obviously, of these 3 desiccated heads with, like, cyberware, we're gonna take the one that's got a gas mask bong strapped to it. Let's get you a spin, Turtle. Sorry, buddy. First come, first serve. What's going on here, Jimmy? Asks the newcomer, without looking in your direction again. You know how I feel about people wasting my time. It's nothing, Manfred. Jimmy tries for amused, but his voice is sliding down the register towards pleading. This, fella was just making a joke, right, mister? Ha ha. The smile like a rictus. Jimmy's head swivels in your direction and he hisses, "Get the fuck out of here. Now." So I think we're probably gonna need to do combat in order to get the good head. Yes, lots and lots and lots of reading this game. Oh, it's also... Oh, I get it now. I get it. So it was about 4:30 p.m. U.S. Eastern, but also 4 hours and 20 minutes of stream time. So that's what that was celebrating. I get it. Let's see if I can hold on until 13:37. Okay, let's just see what happens. Nobody talks to you this way. Nobody. Don't do it, kid, the newcomer says in a relaxed way. As if talking about a risky shot in billiards. Maybe you'll live to see the dawn. Jimmy takes a step back, his hand sliding in an entirely unsubtle way towards his gun. If you follow through, you'll have to fight all 5 of them, and to die. Raise your hands. Sorry to bother you, folks. Take one of the heads with standard gear and leave. You aren't a violent man, but that fancy implant is the kind of thing you'll let stumble on a scav. If these folks are willing to die for it, that only confirms its value. So which head did I get? I wanted the head with the data jack. Okay, got the head with the data jack. Okay, so that was an acceptable outcome. That was fine. I'll take it. Okay, it's time to backtrack. Oh, how can we get in here? Is this even available? Target is out of reach. Okay, return to Cole. Okay, where are these people? Cole's Gadgets. Whiskey Jack. I should be using the fast travel, but I kind of want to, like, actually learn my area, or learn my way around everything. Hi, Jack. Here's Jed's debt, paid in full minus my fee. Thanks, Monetary. Here's something extra for your trouble. Gives you a couple of combat stims. Party gains experience. Turn to Cole. And oh, Gia, I think, was up here. Any luck? Be plenty of time for... Okay, she can train us in lockpicking. Or no, in theft. What I want is training in stealth. See? Told you it would be easy. Let's go get our money, says the woman. Whistling happily. Perhaps too easy? You think? Well, let's find out. Wasn't the deal? Yeah, so, you want to get paid? Tag along. Want to play a lawyer? Knock yourself out. Spot the telltale signs of a trap. Hey, Dante. We're over a third of the way done. We completed level 69 earlier this stream. Disarm the trigger. Manage to disarm the trap. Open the door. Tricky fucker. Let's see what he's hiding. Gia rummages through the strongbox until she finds the credit drive. Doesn't make any sense. There's less than 500 here. I thought. Doesn't matter what you thought. He promised me 500, so hand it over. Better than nothing. Let's split the money and go. I think if I'm nice to her, she might join my party. Let's split it. He winks and disappears in the darkness. 240 credits. Okay, let's try that again. See if we can get a better outcome. Oh, okay, if I split the money with her, she'll probably agree to train me later. Alright, it's all yours. No need to get worked up over nothing. Takes another step back and disappears into the darkness. Okay, if I do that... then I expect that she's not going to like me. So I don't know where I am now. Okay, let's fast travel to the church. See if she's still willing to train us. Place is empty. Okay. Okay, so if we split the money with her, then will she be here to train us? Probably yes. How about some pickpocketing lessons? Yes. Okay, so it's worth it. We're splitting the money. Such thirst for knowledge. 200 credits paid up front. No refunds. Deal. Maybe later. Okay, my characters are basically just blank slates. Jed is probably going to be my healer. Okay, Jed has critical strike, that's nice. Okay, we're gonna return to Cole. We've got the things. Cole's gadgets. Give him the disruptor cores. Beautiful, says Cole, examining the softly glowing cores one by one. Almost reverently, he assembles 3 brainwave disruptors and stops to admire them one last time before handing one to you. I believe our business is concluded, he says formally. If you require the other 2 disruptors, I'll be more than happy to sell them to you. But I have to warn you, they won't come cheap. Can I ask you something else? Disruptor. On detonation, this grenade disrupts all brainwave activity within its radius for a short time. Anyone caught within will have trouble focusing and will be less effective in combat. $600 each. Also, Little Shop of Hoarders. We can turn in the skull that's got the implant. Oh, hey, we can steal this now. Extract Sarah and grab an aggro stim. Nice. Deal success. Make it quick. Give her Jimmy's merch. Sarah joggles the severed head in her hands, as if it were a kickball. Huh, the ocular is trashed, but maybe I can salvage the housing. She pulls a small diagnostic tool. She plugs a small diagnostic tool into the metal stub at the temple. The data jack is still in good shape, despite its age. It was installed 2 days prior to the owner's demise, she says, scanning a tiny stream of data on the tool's built-in screen. Typical history on this model would be 3 previous owners and 100 years of service. So this little doodad is basically a factory install. Nice and clean. I can part with it for 200. That includes plugging it into your skull. What am I getting? Direct interface with any computer or network that can't be accessed with a keypad. I couldn't do this job at all without a data jack. Not to mention the upgrades. Do you want it or not? I'm a busy woman. I think I need this. I think I have no choice. That's it. No reward. Walking a couple of blocks, she raises an eyebrow, then shrugs her shoulders and puts a couple of medkit stims on the table. Stay out of trouble. Neural uplink. Data jack implant. Data port that bridges the gap between a human mind and a computer. And since my character is all in on electronics and computer skill stuff, I think we absolutely need this. Built-in cognitive enhancer will analyze your neural firing patterns and manage your neural network more efficiently. So it's also intelligence +1. Yeah, we need this. Install implants. Yourself. Welcome to Quick Fix 3000. Please be advised that you hereby waive any and all rights and claims arising out of or relating to your augmentation and do release and discharge zero downtime and all of its affiliates, agents, attorneys, predecessors, successors, and assigns for physical or psychological injury that you may suffer as a direct or indirect result of your participation in the aforementioned activity. Thank you for choosing a zero downtime product where your well-being comes first. Kind of seems like my well-being was put at the very bottom of the list in the legalese just before this. Accept the waiver. Following supported hardware. Synthetic heart, regeneration +2, toxic resistance +5. Compatible upgrade kits, bridge officer, and a neural shield. A data port that bridges the gap. Install neural uplink. Please be advised that once this implant is installed, it can't be removed without causing severe physical and nervous damage. Such actions are forbidden under Article 12 of the Employment Standards Act 2496. Willful damage to company property. Steel needle penetrates your skull at the temple, parting sinew and bone, sliding into your brain. Before you have time to panic, the horrific pain abruptly cuts out, as if somebody had flipped a switch. Gathering your thoughts, find your memories and reasoning transformed, and correlation of everything you know clearer than it's ever been. The dense fog in which you have been laboring your whole life without ever realizing has been lifted. Okay, we don't have any upgrades for it yet. Okay, Jed has subdermal armor, but there are no upgrades available for it. Exit the machine. Protective vest, 221. Do some inventory management. Damaged heavy ballistic vest. Moving around is a little bit weird. Being able... differentiating between what is and is not interactable, and where the boundaries of the play area are, is a bit weird. The text is a bit small. But so far it looks pretty solid. Okay, so we have a utility bar here. Yeah, Here, let me show you something. So, you see the Bulbacam, right? That's this. And then this is my desk. This is the keyboard and mouse that I'm using. So, like, back here, this is the laptop for the grind. And this here is the game. I've got a little portable 16:9 monitor that I have, like, pulled really close to me. Like, I'm touching the monitor right now. And it's gotta be this close, otherwise I'm not able to read the stuff. So the amount of desk space that I have is, like, really cramped. If I want to do something on the streaming computer, like, I've got another... Like, the desk is full. It's going to be really hard for me to take notes because I don't have space to, like, put a notebook. Let's see. We're at 1815. Zook. Steel training will cost 200 credits. Maybe later. Okay, apparently Monetary has already had it. Already had steel training. Stealing. What I need is training and sneaking. Alright, so we're gonna keep exploring on the east side. There's this whole section up here that's unexplored. Is something wrong with the music? Which game are you referring to? The monitors are crowded with columns of stats and odds for upcoming trials, as well as post-trial evaluations, shooting efficiency and performance rankings for the prosecution and defense, and a list of payouts. If you're talking about FF7, I have FF7's background music turned off, which you can control FF7 sound effects and background music separately through the settings, you know, options, on the PC port of the game. Well, what are you hearing? What's weird? You should be hearing, like, ambient, like, a little bit of piano, and also some, like, ambient slums kind of music. According to the audio mixer in OBS, it looks like you get sound. So it's not like there's no game audio. There's some crackling sounds. Or like sounds like doors creaking or whatever. No bets until the next case... Okay, no bets until the next case goes to trial, the bookie says. His eyes are riveted to a 3-inch high holographic dancer, spinning around a narrow vertical beam of light, which logic would suggest represents a pole. When will that be? The miniature dancer shrugs emphatically and tilts her head to one side, regarding you as a curious bird. Whenever they find another sucker to replace Bosworth, the man replies. Maybe you should give it a shot yourself instead of asking me a million questions. What happened to this Bosworth fella? The dancer jerks back dramatically and pantomimes being shot several times, before tumbling over backwards and slowly falling still onto the counter. The man nods at his little friend. Pretty much. Shield evaporated, dead battery, right in the middle of a heated conversation. It's funny as long as it doesn't happen to you. Yeah, it kind of sounds like a VHS tape that's, like, getting shredded. But that's normal. General store. Are you fighting today? The storekeeper gestures at the arena. Last chance to even the odds, my friend. Points at his merchandise. Browse the wares. Old Enforcer armor. Old Scav armor. Damaged Enforcer arm guards. Damaged Scav arm guards. No, this is actually Cyberpunk 2024. I think it was released this year. Okay, we'll worry about that later. Also, hey, Tristic. Chief Justice. So this is probably a combat arena. They're acting like this is a combat arena. So maybe I can send in the guy that's level 4. Like the melee specialist guy. Talk to Chief Justice. You're standing in the shadow of a massive arena. Dozens of shipping containers form the walls at the lowest level and provide seating for hundreds of spectators. A gantry crane towers overhead, rigged with several powerful projectors to illuminate the space below. You wonder for a moment if real daylight is this bright. You want to file a grievance or apply for a job? The speaker is wearing a gold-striped trench coat that marks him for a man of importance. What is this place? This, my friend, is the cornerstone of justice in our little town. Welcome to the courthouse. I didn't think we had any laws around here. Of course we do, son. We abide by the Constitution, and much more strictly than those fools in the Habitat. Every accursed man in the pit is guaranteed to have his day in court and confront his accuser, just like the Constitution says. If said accuser is unable to make an appearance, a judicial officer appointed by the court will take his place. What about the trial? If the defendant slays his accuser, or the aforementioned officer, he's cleared of all charges and released. If the defendant falls to the accuser, he is declared guilty. Posthumously, of course. That's what you call a trial? All contests conform to the process of law, it says with a reassuring pat on your shoulder. And here is where our method is superior. It is immune to the corrupting influence of money. Try to find a system like that in the Habitat. Huh. Why not just shoot lawbreakers? Due process, my boy. Why, what sort of barbarians do you take us for? Mentioned a job. We're running low on legal representation for the prosecution. He admits with a sad shake of his head. Lost 3 officers last week in a string of challenging cases. Sure, I'll give it a try. Excellent, smiles the man. I am the court's Chief Justice, which means I'm in charge here. You'll start out as a deputy prosecutor, sorting out minor cases, misdemeanors mostly. If you live, do well, you'll be promoted to get to prosecute more interesting cases. Who knows, you might even make judge one day. Ready for your first case? Deputy prosecutor? Back on Earth, you would be a probationary deputy district attorney. But seeing as there are no districts here, and there are not any attorneys either, deputy prosecutor will do. Ready for your first case? Give me a few hours. Make a save, call it Battle Arena. Hopefully we get to choose to not send ourselves and instead send somebody else. Let me see. Chief Justice pulls out an electronic notepad and begins swiping through a series of screens, full of a very ornate, hard-to-read font. Wait. First defendant is one John Doe, meaning he refused to tell us his name. We call that an aggravating circumstance. Our friend Mr. Doe stands accused of cheating during a game of poker. He vehemently denies the charge. Don't they all, though? A jury of his peers, in this case, fellow poker players, agree that John Doe cheated and also had shifty eyes. So the case goes to trial. John's been on a diet of water and N-Tab half rations for 3 weeks, so I'm guessing he'll present a pretty weak case. When do I get paid? A mercenary, eh? I would think continuing the legacy of our progressive judicial system would be reward enough. Wait a moment to see if you'll change your mind. But in any case, a convicted criminal forfeits all possessions to the prosecution, meaning you. Enjoy. Alright. Okay. We get all 3 party members. We have a chance. Probably. Like, this is our first combat. I'm gonna try to win it. Okay, John Doe goes second. First Evans, then Doe. Jed, then Monetary. Character's initiative determines the turn order in combat. You can click on any name in the turn order list to see the corresponding character. You can activate a defensive gadget during the placement stage before a fight starts. The effect's duration will be reduced by 1 turn, but you won't start the fight defenseless, especially if your initiative is low. Okay, Evans is going to go first and try melee. I'm just going to hide back here. We have a melee weapon. Switch to other weapon. Oh, he doesn't? Oh, I've got the wrong character. I put the wrong person in the melee spot. Okay, let's try that again. Jed? No. What the fuck? Jed? There. Evans? Is Evans selected? Okay, good, he is. Okay, Evans. I don't know how much AP I even have. A regular shot costs 6. It would be nice if I knew how much AP I had. That kind of feels like it would be important information. You know, in combat where you're spending AP to do things. Help screen. So a lot of the combat is going to be very similar or identical to Age of Decadence and Dungeon Rats. But in Age of Decadence and Dungeon Rats, I always could tell how much AP I had because the game just, like, had it displayed. It wasn't a mystery. Okay, I might have 16 AP. Okay, so this isn't really in... Okay, there's also Snapshot. Snapshot costs 5. Short Burst costs 12. Long Burst costs 16. Focused Burst costs 14. Okay, I think I can do 2 regular shots. Okay, that's bad. I'm almost dead. I would love it if you could change the camera angle. I think that would be fantastic. Okay, how much AP do I have left? Did I just move for free? I might have just moved for free. Okay, so I've got this monitor on the desk. This is absurd. How tiny everything is. There's so much fucking information on the screen. It's not presented well. You need a magnifying glass. So, like, all of the shit that's in the 4 corners... is extremely, like, critically important. Like, you can't make any decision without it. And I'm like this. To try to, like, I can't... This might just be unplayable on this small of a monitor. And I can't use a bigger monitor because of constraints with regards to the grind. And it's not like the shit in the corners needs to be as small as it is. they could very easily make the fonts all just bigger without harming the game. Yeah, I have not come across any UI scaling. Let's look that up. This is worth exploring because we need to like 200 or 300% like all of the font. But, like, combat is... So, the non-combat stuff I can do, but... trying to tell what the fuck is happening with the insanely tiny fonts during combat. Okay, so, if you Google colony ship font scaling, you see all kinds of people complaining, and the fact that there are a lot of complaints suggests that it hasn't been fixed. UI and... Okay, so check this out. UI and font scaling. Hey, I saw that the game has finally been released into 1.0. Reason enough to finally get into it. But I was wondering...
Just a little bit.
But I was wondering if you could add a slider for the font size in the future. I can barely read the text with my... whatever that is. So every dialogue turns into a mini-game for me. Thanks in advance and good luck. For real, I have to be about 4 inches away from my monitor to see how many bullets I have in my inventory. And that... I want to see if that's accurate. Hey, we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out how many inches away from the monitor I need to be in order to... Okay, I need to be 9 inches away. This is the distance between my face and the monitor in order to tell how much ammunition I have, or what my hit points are, or how much AP. Yeah, that guy who says 4 inches, he's full of it. It's actually 9. Yeah, it's actually 9. Yeah, we'll try that. We'll try that soon, Vanderkish. That's a good idea. But I'm gonna read everything there is about scaling. But apparently a lot of people are unhappy with this. Okay, Vince, the developer, says, I'm 53, so I'm not that far off myself. People are talking about how their vision is bad because they're old and they can't see the game. I love to adjust the font, and so do many other things, but we couldn't due to budgetary or time constraints. Now that the content is done and the game is released, we will look into it. I don't know what's involved or how easy it is to do something like this. We did our best to improve readability, tooltips, and all non-dialogue fonts, but we can't increase the dialogue font without breaking the interface. I don't mind the dialogue fonts. What I care about is the battles. I guess you need a lower resolution and let the monitor do the upscaling and hardware if you need the font to be bigger. Or move the display closer. Yeah, so basically we need to go to 720p. Okay, the last. The last. Yeah, we defeated level 69. And now we're encountering a UI scaling issue. So you see that there's combat, and you see that there's information in the four corners of the screen. That information is so small that it's basically unreadable. New York ship. I guess it's better than a California ship. Okay, there's a UI scaling option, allegedly. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong game. Okay, so basically our only chance... Yeah, so the good news is that I'm playing a non-combat character, but we need to be able to... Combat needs to not be impossible. If combat is impossible, we're fucked. Okay, so we're gonna... see if we can... Okay, that... I don't know if that helped or not. $1280 by $720. That didn't seem to help. Well, actually, here. I know how I can test. Reans... Yeah, it doesn't... You fucking kidding me? So the shit at the corners does not scale after changing resolution, or at least if you change resolution in-game. But this might just be unplayable. It's definitely 720p, or it's definitely claiming to be 720p, but 720p and, like, it doesn't scale the stuff in the corners. It doesn't make the corner stuff any bigger, and the corner things are what matter. And when I say that the stuff in the corners, the size doesn't change, I know that for sure because I've measured before and after going to 720p. But to see what the hit point levels of the non at my party people, that's more like 8 inches. This is going to be hard to see on a big-ass monitor, even. Sucks because it's a good game so far. It sucks to have a game go down for this reason. Yeah, because in the corner, stuff is still going to be like 1/8 of the screen, but giving up all the info and even my great monitor. So you see, so the worst. So are you on an actual monitor, Tough Guy Core? You see how monetary is the character in the who's like highlighted that has the bolter and like the regen thing. And then there are the two portraits above that that are kind of grayed out, that are made partially transparent. Seeing the hit points on those, and the hit points are even shown partially transparent. Seeing the hit points on those characters is basically impossible. And that's also how it's presented in combat. You know what I mean? So, like, one of those characters could be damaged, and it's very, very hard to tell if they're damaged and how damaged they are. You have to be like this. It's probably fine on a... So my actual monitor that I use, that's like on what's currently the streaming computer, would probably be able to handle this fine. That's a 27-inch monitor. It's like a pretty big 1080p monitor. That's probably going to be playable. But I can't stream off of that. I can't play on that monitor and stream. I definitely can't play on that monitor and do the grind at the same time. So we might have to just call this. I'll force my way through this combat. I'll force my way through this combat. I'll tough it out for this stream. And then we'll probably... I would guess that we're gonna abandon this game. I'm not going to be abandoning it in terms of, will I, like, never play it again? Like, I'll definitely finish the game. But I don't think I can do this during the grind, just because the UI choices. We'll get through this first stream. Like, 5 more hours or so. If I were doing a combat-focused build, this would be impossible. But since I'm doing a non-combat build, we might be able... But I think maybe I should just call it here. We'll muddle our way through this fight. Probably. We'll attempt to muddle our way through this fight. Okay, so if you end your turn early, you gain 1 evasion point per AP that you have left over. Okay, we can get this close. I was able to confirm that that did 0 AP. Where the fuck is your other weapon? Okay. Okay, we're gonna do power attacks. 2 of them that cost 7 each. I can't do this. So when you mouse over, you see like the thing that says 33%, and there's a bunch of tiny itsy bitsy information. Every tiny little bit of that info is important. And there's tiny text that says press Alt for more info. And that allows you to expand this out. Yeah, this is impossible. This is completely impossible. Fuck you, tutorial. It's still Evans's turn. Yeah, the game dev says that they can't change the scaling of the font without breaking everything. And their focus was content first. Hopefully it gets fixed eventually. But until then, it's just, like, not going to be feasible for the grind. Okay. John Doe's futile attempts to kill you has given you new survival insights. Jed gained 6 learning points in evasion. John Doe shuffled off this mortal coil. I think it's 200, Midland. Are we done? I think we're done. Well, at least we have the monitor set up. This is the monitor that I use for Power Wash Simulator. The last 3 streams, or the last couple streams, and apparently today's as well, have devolved into Power Wash Simulator streams. Okay, so that's got to be the exit. Wait, hold on. Let me see how close. Okay. It's 8 inches. I just measured how close I had to get my face to the monitor. So you see how monetary is the portrait that's in the lower left corner, and then there are the 2 grayed out ones above it. The one that's just above is the melee character, and in order to tell that he has... No, actually, yeah. No, it's more like 7.5 inches that away from the monitor that I need to be in order to tell that he has 40 hit points remaining. And I am not exaggerating, we know for sure. I'm getting blinder. This game has that effect. Guilty as charged, eh? Let me know when you're ready for your next trial. Our #1 legal representative is out, a shattered kneecap, and we've got a full docket. Okay, yeah, I can't play this. I can't play this during the grind. The interface is too tiny. It's sad because it's probably a really good game. The good news, though, this means I've got something to play offline. This means I'll have a game that I can play, I'll have a game that I can play, how to put it, without having to be streaming at the same time. Okay, so we're gonna do Power Wash Simulator for the rest of this stream, I guess. I'm thinking Dragon Warrior 4 next. So I was planning to do this as like a thing that took up several streams, and then go from that to Deja Vu 1 and then Deja Vu 2. But I think I'm just going to go direct, and then from there probably Dragon Warrior 4. But I think Dragon Warrior 4 is next. If I remembered, there's somebody who really, really wanted to see the Dragon Warrior 4 playthrough, but I don't remember who it is, so I can't message them to say, hey. Anybody remember who wanted to see the DW4 playthrough? Yeah. Yeah, I think we're doing Dragon Warrior 4 next. Who was it? But anyway, we're done here. Sadly. Dragon Warrior 4 will probably start tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to be able to stream Friday. Friday I have a doctor's appointment in the morning, and things are kind of weird. But probably over the weekend there will be Dragon Warrior 4. Also, Drika just got home. I'm gonna go say hi to her. This is a good time to go say hi to Drika. I'm gonna run another ad. See you guys soon. When I come back, we'll set up for Power Wash Simulator. And I'll get probably like another 4 hours and 20 minutes of that in. Okay. So if anybody remembers who the Dragon Warrior 4 person was, then we should, like... I would like to specifically... So, there's a longtime viewer, like from years ago, like White Chocobo and everything, who stopped by at one point. No, it wasn't Unicycle. He's like, hey, have I missed Dragon Warrior 4? I'm like, nope. Not yet. But now he's in danger of missing it. No, not Ken the Ben. Ken the Ben doesn't have a white chocobo. He probably has a blue chocobo, though. Anyway. We've got to change, like... Edit stream info. Ex-Soldier level 99, level L99 before reactor, stream 43, power wash simulator, Dragon Warrior 4 tomorrow. At least we're set up with, like, the monitor and everything for power wash sim. But yeah, I'll finish this. I'll finish Colony Ship offline. It looks like a good game.